Remember that? TVs thrown out of the high rises and all stuff on the ground. Back when people were funny. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting for Monday, February 23rd, 2026. This is a committee of the Comox Valley Regional District that consists of the three electoral areas. There isn't four yet. And we're doing business today on the official unceded territory of our Comox First Nations. Because we have a bit of a gallery, I'll go through the procedures around emergency exits. As you can see, there's exits here on my left or right, as well as where you came in. If you need to use the washrooms, they're around the back, just down here on your right, and there's two washrooms there. If there should be a need to leave the building, we will muster on the sidewalk outside by the Old Church Theatre, or on this side from the Old Church Theatre. Okay, we've got quite a busy agenda today. We're going to start off with some delegations. The first one being the Union Bay Historical Society, Ruth Kine and Carolyn Kirk Albert, to present information regarding a request that the Comox Valley Region would help develop a community heritage registry. Are they in the gallery? Okay, I'll get you to come up to the lectern.
Which describes what we have to do for grant writing, and then it's sort of got some pamphlets of what we have within the Union Bay.
Well, thank you very much. I'll pass this around.
Pictures from our archive, and I'm deep in back, but it's just because my presentation is short, and I just wanted people to see what.
Oh, cow. I don't have enough time to look at all these. There we go. And even my ancestors in here getting their mail, looks like. Of course, they all had mustaches in those days. But Director Arbor gave you a hand there. I'll just
Thanks.
Put you on the air, so welcome.
Thank you. So this is the Union Bay Historical Society. Our goal is to preserving heritage, strengthening community, and supporting the regional identity. So I wanted to, how do I go to my next slide? This button?
No.
This one?
Yeah, right. Oh.
Okay, so the Union Bay Historical Society respectfully acknowledges the land that we gather on as the unceded territory of the Comox First Nations, the traditional keepers of the land. One of the things that we are doing is working with the Comox First Nations and respectfully trying to get the information of the ancestral village that was established in Union Bay. We haven't got anything within our museum, and we don't have any artifacts. However, one of the things that I have done is met with Leah Tarl and Pamela Mitchell, and what we want to do is to create something and then have it that the elders go through that information and change it at will. So that's our. So one of the things is who are we? We're a volunteer-driven nonprofit since 1990. The stewards of two of the region's iconic heritage buildings. We're providers of community programming, education, and cultural and artistic community, and promotes regional heritage tourism. So this is just a gathering that we had in the summer. It was a Fascinators. We did a fashion show with our archives of 1920 to 1970s. And we had two original Union Bay. One was 95 as a fashion model, and one was 91 wearing their original clothing. So Union Bay heritage matters to the region. It protects rare early settlement architecture. William Henderson, the resident architect for the development of public works for British Columbia in 1912, designed the post office. So this is a post office that has been active for 114 years and is still active today. Hopefully with Canada Post, we'll keep our fingers crossed. The Union Bay Post Office, it was used in the First World War to have the troops guard the actual wharf because it was where the telegraph office. So it wasn't just a post office, it was the telegraph office as well. And so because of that, it was guarded by the troops. And then one of the things that we have is sorry, I just don't want, last year we had a logging exhibit. And in fact, we had lots of community support lending artifacts to us. And we had over 350 visitors to our little tiny museum. So we were really happy with how we're progressing. The picture here is of Paul and Bryn modeling some of our artifact clothing. And we've had the cultural support in the sense that we had postcards from the Bay was our first art show. We've had fabric art as well from the Fanny Bay quilters do their display, as well as then having another art show with listening to the forest that we did following the forestry present exhibit. So the post office is a regional landmark at risk. It was built in 1913. It's one of the last of its kind. It has served the community, like I said, for over 114 years. It is, Fred Brown was our first post office master. And not only did he was a postmaster, but he was a telegrapher. And that we have people like Bryn Ball at the bottom of one of the pamphlets did a mural. You can see at the very bottom, I'm sorry, my pictures aren't really clear, but she's done a mural around the bottom with a vignette. So what we've done is there's a brochure that I gave the chairperson that talks about what the vignettes mean and how Union Bay was developed. So we have a scene from the Chinatown, a scene from, sorry, colloquial terror statement, but Japtown. We have the trestle at Trent River Bridge that collapsed. We've got the idea of some artifacts. We have the main boat that says the Friendly Port was the charmer that came in, was the boat that came in and delivered the immigrants into Union Bay. So we have that as a walk around. So there's a self-guided tour brochure there. One of the things that we have 3 quotes from contractors right now that the Union Bay on the south side, it has the shakes that are rotting, and we haven't got the quotes in yet, but we're trying to still fundraise. We just finished doing the Heritage Week of having people local and from the past, their recipes. So our plan is to make a community cookbook that celebrates the past as well as the present, and having a way of uniting our community within recipes. So preservation of the post office is a fundamental source of Union Bay's identity, vitality, and solidarity. It connects us to our past, asserts us to the our similarities and differences with one another, and tells our children what we think was important and worth preserving for the future. So our passion is to get these 2 buildings maintained and used. Our jailhouse is in 1903. We were the first police house on the island north of Nanaimo until they established one in Comox, because the harbor in Comox had to be dredged. It wasn't a natural harbor. The police boats came into Union Bay. So we were really fortunate in 2022. The grandson of our last serving police officer donated his serge, his high boots, his oil skin, his gas mask because he was serving during World War II. He had an emergency gas mask, which he needed to have. And so we have also I can't say privilege, it's a little bit out, of having the first famous Flying Dutchman who killed a police officer while he was robbing the Fraser and Bishop store. So we have the memorial garden out the front for the police officer, but the Flying Dutchman was hung in August 28, 1913, and he served time in our little jailhouse. The other thing was we have our archives and our presentations within our museum, the opportunities to expand exhibits under the guidance of Leotaro, architectural and repatriation manager of the Comox, and Pamela Mitchell of the cultural manager. We hope to sort of decolonialize our museum, but with a slow pace. We're not rushing. What we want to do is to be authentic and to be sincere and to honor the knowledge that we don't have. And so that's where we are at the post office. So this is a picture of our little cards from the Bay. We were fortunate to have a collection in the archives of people who have sent, even the internment of the Japanese sent postcards back to Union Bay after they were taken away off of the public wharf in Union Bay. So the community engagement across the valley, the heritage theme events, the Fashion Fascinator Festival. We have a book talk coming from Kim Bannerman in April. She's basically written a book about the heritage of Union Bay called The Vengeful Dead. We have educational programming recognizing and honoring the removal of the Chinese head tax. It was 200 years since Canada had stopped the head tax. And we had it in justification of the first RCMP and the last serving RCMP and the 200 years of the head tax. One of the things that we have to recognize is our history isn't always glorious. It has to be recognized that we were fortunate to have the RCMP, but we were also having over 50 men that we considered single, but really they had wives in China, but could not afford the money of $500 to bring them over to Canada. So we have to recognize all of our history. So the partnership with neighboring communities, we have artists from Fanny Bay, we've had artists from Cumberland when we were doing Listening to the Forest, and also postcards from the Bay. We basically have some books about that have been written about Union Bay, the springing, the trap, the tale of the Flying Dutchman. So it's about the Flying Dutchman. It's a chapter out of a book called A Place Called Cumberland, which the Cumberland Museum put together. And again, like I said, we did the Stir the Pot participation for Heritage Week. And so this is our collection of our models. The bottom part is at Christmas time for the food donation that the fire department does. We had Santa Claus sitting there and we did caroling in the garden.
I might mention that you've used up your 10 minutes, but you're so charming, we're letting you go on a little bit longer. So
sorry,
can you wrap it up if you could?
Okay, so our reconciliation, we're going to be working on the fish weirs out at Comox. Our summer exhibit is going to be drop the line commercial and sports fishing and Indian fishing. So we're going to have this. The other is the current challenge. Again, like I said, we've been very fortunate with the support from the regional district. I was showing a picture of the old on the right of our furnace system, and the left is the new electric boiler that we just put in 2 years ago. We maintained the use of the old radiators within the post office, but we've had the old furnace removed. So one of the things we need to know is that the post office is exposed to the climate. It is on its wear, and so the support for the regional district, we want you to recognize that the heritage Values, I did, the statement of significant, we did a survey. We surveyed the community on what heritage values. So we had historical, we had architectural, we had aesthetic, social, cultural, and economic. Those were the values that we have. We're hoping that the regional district will look at a heritage value and create what you value as heritage within the community.
Well,
So
thank
our
you very
call for
much.
action is that we have the regional district look at what we will have an inclusive heritage register. I'm hoping that you'll consider in some parts, registrars have trees that they recognized as being significant on the collaboration of the reconciliation of what we're working on. And when communities have been involved in prioritizing what they value as a sense of place, only then will our communities be better places. The Union Bay Historical Society recognizes the values of these two unique buildings, and we hope you as a committee will as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure we're going to have some questions or comments by directors. Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ruth, for coming today and actually giving us a lot of additional history I didn't know about. So that was very nice. I have my own little piece of history with Union Bay. When I moved to Hornby in 2002, I was starting a little forestry business, and I thought nobody would give me credit or think of me seriously if my address was Hornby Allen in forestry. So I took out a PO box in Union Bay, and I thought it would give me the creds I needed. So that's my own little history there. But yeah, I think your ask is I mean, the regional district. I remember when I got elected in 2018, Dr. Jolliffe at the time had told me, you know, he had been supporting the building through rural grants, and we've basically done that ever since for the last 15 years or so, as need be. But I think your ask is very good to look at the heritage registry, number one. And second, I'm thinking, you know, maybe for next term, I'm not sure if we'll put that on our program for the last 6 months of our term here, but for next term, we could look at potentially adding the building in our community facilities service, if not heritage conservation or one or the other. We have started that service a few years ago, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 community buildings in Area A that are in the service, so mostly the community halls. But on Hornby, we just went through the process of adding the new arts center to the service for Hornby. And they're also asking for heritage consideration for the community hall. So your timing is really good, and I'll be supportive of both of your requests as we move forward. And you didn't have the time to, well, maybe I'll ask you a question, then I'll give you a little bit more time. But in your slides, in the next slide, I think there was a concern around, you know, both the library and Canada Post. On library, I have an update, which is there's no update. It's still on the books to have more space for the library in Union Bay, possibly through a new branch. I think we're number 4 on the list of 40 different communities. But there's no update, and we never actually. Again, S.L. Grave retired from the school district, and he was kind of our champion there. And there's been zero action since, as far as I know, to look at the school site. But I'm curious about your knowledge about Canada Post and whether it's actually a real threat, in your opinion, that they could lift up, or have you had any kind of correspondence? You want to put your light on it? Just push the button. Yeah.
We haven't been told exactly what Canada Post, other than what the paper has announced, that they were going to be closing rural post office. However, the post office is already facilitated with just one postmaster. There is many companies that actually use it to get their mail. So it's not just a residential post office. There's several businesses that used it on our survey and said how important it was. So Canada Post has not given us any further information, but other than what they announced early in 2025 that they were going to close rural post offices and stop home delivery.
So Chair, my last comment, well, if you need letters of support from myself and you could email myself and our MP Gord Johns, and maybe he would supply a letter of advocacy or support towards keeping the post office there if you're interested.
We'll definitely follow through on that one.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. The request is for funding for maintenance of the building, but I didn't really see anything in your presentation regarding how much.
We haven't been given an actual quote yet we've had contractors to come and look. It's just one side and the back side of the library that is showing the shakes are what sponges I would call them. You can put your fingers through at 114 years old, you can't expect those shakes to last forever. However, we're not sure of the funding amount, and that was the concern. Was I was just to say to you that we're not sure of the actual cost. Sorry, at this present time.
Director Harper?
Yeah, thanks. I think the best step for today is just continue conversation with staff because I mean, if you were in our facilities, we're doing asset management or supporting other those buildings to do it, and I know you've done some of that, but maybe that would start to tease out if you were added to a service on a more regular basis. I'm sure that with our staff, they could give guidance around what we would expect in terms of, Fannie Bay Hall just went through a whole kind of long-term engineering study for the building. So, but I would say for now, unless our CEO or our chair has different ideas, maybe just to follow up with staff on that and what that could look like, and that can come back to this table in future months.
Yeah, generally speaking, of course, we receive the presentation and then we usually do a follow-up either on the next month or the next meeting or so where we do a delegation follow-up and discuss the issue. And by that time, you should have more quotes as what need to be done. So, I mean, I'm not as old as the shakes around the building, but I can remember going down to Union Bay when I was very, very young. And although the coke ovens weren't working, you could still smell them. They had that smell that I've never smelled before or since, that coke smell. Because as you know, Union Bay was the port and Union was the village of Cumberland. And of course, Dunsmuir didn't like the word union when union started becoming popular. In fact, he's famous for that. But yeah, no, it's my question, I guess, is around the building itself. You're going to replace the single pane windows. Now, my understanding is that obviously it's not designated as a heritage building by
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can't hear anything.
Sorry, I guess.
That's better.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can. Mhm.
Okay.
Are we ready to go?
We are ready, willing, and waiting with bated breath.
Okay, my name is Oakley Rankin, and I'm the chair of the Hornby Island Community Archives. And with me is Mary Craig, who represents our parent organization, registered parent organization, the Hornby Island New Horizons Society. And today we come before you to seek funding support for the Hornby Island Community Archives. Our funding shortfall this year was $2,380, which is what we're looking for. And our expenses include contract employees, utilities, supplies, and so on. Our overall budget this year is $10,760, of which we have now got 8,300. So the 2380 is our shortfall, and that's what we're requesting or seeking from you. Our archives got underway about a decade ago when we finally got a building for it, a 600 square foot building, of which 400, 2/3 of it are temperature and humidity controlled, and the other is an office for the public public and our archive assistant to work in. We believe that our archives are extremely important. They differ from libraries in that, of course, they collect items that are unique rather than mass-produced items. In a library, you can catalog an item once and share it with hundreds, if not thousands, of libraries, as the Library of Congress in the US does. In an archive, we receive material from various individuals and organizations, and we have to spend much, much more effort to go through it and describe it in a reasonably regular fashion. So there's a fair amount of work for our archival assistant and our volunteer who is a trained archivist. We collect and manage material related to Hornby Island, and we employ one part-time archival assistant whose hours are roughly figured out on the amount of money we get each year. Usually works out to about 15 hours a month, according to her. We have a contractor who manages our website. We do have a website, Hornby Island Community Archives. And we have a contractor handling some of the digital content that we display on the website. Mainly our local newspaper, which has been going since 1978, and which one can now read nearly all the issues published since then on our website. We hold 40 different collections. Archives manage and collect and store items as a bulk mass as they actually come in. So if someone brings us in 100 letters, a bunch of photographs, and so on, it all goes and stored as it is brought in. In other words, it'll be stored generally under the person's name or stored under the organization's name. And we have 40 of those collections. We hold maps from the 1850s. On some of these maps, note the earliest non-Indigenous settlements. Records include the founding Ratepayer Society, the Farmers Institute, correspondence about ferry service, postal service, advent of electricity and telephone, maintenance of roads, and bylaws governing subdivisions. We have diaries of people such as Carol Chambers, who was a well-known local Hornby poet. And Bob Sarty, who was very active in the downtown east side in various support of various people who live down there, but spent his last years on Hornby Island. We have a very large collection of photographs, some cassette recordings of individuals on Hornby recorded in the 1980s. And one or two videos, some of which go back to the 1941, I think, is our earliest video. In other words, a film. And projects that we have underway. At the moment, we have an oral history project underway in which we are interviewing elders about their life on Hornby. We have 12 of those completed, and the recordings are available in the archives. We have a digitalization one, which I mentioned before with the newspapers, also photographs and so on. This is always underway. And the one that we have started currently is to transfer our digital database to Memory BC. Now, Memory BC is a website which consists of the catalogs of about 175 archives and museums in BC. You could go to the Memory BC website and you will be able to search for anything that you are interested in across those 175 museums and archives. You will not get the digitized results. It is a catalog similar to an old card catalog in the library. It tells you where the material is. In order to view it, you would have to visit the various museums and libraries that it's located in. Those three projects are all being handled by volunteers at the moment. And I guess I can finish by saying that we believe that, especially in a culture today where there are more and more people who are rewriting history and fantasizing about it, collecting and retaining the actual records of the history of any place in the world is an extremely important process. And we would like to continue doing so. And consequently, we are asking for an amount of money to allow us to continue. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think it was George Orwell that said, "He who controls the past controls the future."
Yes. And we're not trying to control it, but we're trying to maintain it.
That's for sure. I'm having a little technical difficulty here, so I'm not sure if I can get the other mics on. I'm going to see it. I guess I can't I?
Okay.
Okay, so. Yeah, we can't use the, they're not working. Right now, my computer decided to do an update and it's 18% complete. Please keep your computer on.
There
But I
you
guess
are.
what we can do is these mics work, right?
Just like these three.
So these three will work. So maybe we'll anybody wants to ask a question, maybe you can scoot James over this way. Or here, sit here, either way.
Oh, it's at 74.
Make it come over here from
76. Oh, it just jumped. It saw Jake and then got scared. There you go.
All right, making do.
There you go. Director Arbor.
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Oakley and Mary, and thanks for the presentation and the information on actually the whole archive system in BC. That was really interesting. And it's a small request, so you're just under the wire. We're just finishing budget, but I guess my question to our chair and maybe CEO, I looked at the that service, and we always have it somewhat running on fumes. But I realize you just got a grant from the province, and I feel like we should be able to perhaps make a little budget amendment to fulfill your request. It's a small amount that you're requesting, so just wondering through staff if that's
possible.
Thanks, Lucy Wichark is our Chief Financial Officer, and I'm sorry, I just closed my laptop. So Lucy, if you've got the response there.
Yes, through the chair to directors. As you've mentioned, this is a relatively small amount. However, in our heritage services, there isn't a whole lot of budget dollars there either. And we can accommodate this amount within reserves and carry forward that are there. So that's,
Oh,
yes, that is the approach that I was thinking would be best. If a resolution can be put on the table before the end of the meeting, that would be great. New business.
oh, thank you. That's very good.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah. We didn't quite expect that. Okay.
Oh, decided to do another update, 0%.
Oh,
Help.
Right.
We'll continue on. Does any of the other directors wish to speak? Have to use the middle microphone here. We're going to share a mic, just like Paul McCartney and George Harrison on the one side of the stage. We'll let the CIO do that.
Right, so just to clarify, the request that the delegation has made for that funding amount for 2026, Director Arbor will be putting forward some new business towards the end of the meeting that would commit those funds from our Hornby Island Heritage Conservation Service 695. So that'll be a decision that the committee will make later on today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, very much appreciated. We'll be able to continue. We are one of those groups, of course, as there are several on Hornby which live from grant to grant. Without grants,
Yeah.
we probably would, we have to fold. All right.
We just about got our technical issues worked out here. We just swapped it out for another computer. I'll let get the right passwords. Don't ever trust the directors with the passwords.
Well,
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're all tickety-boo.
okay.
No more questions, so it looks like we're going to come up with the preferable outcome for you folks. And good luck archiving everything under the sun because, you know, one neutron bomb can really ruin your day.
Well, if you could consider any way of continuous funding, we'd appreciate that, but we'll take this now and thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much, both of you.
Okay,
Bye-bye. Thank you.
bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, plowing right along.
We mute.
Going to move into unfinished business, and this is when we review some of the presentations from past meetings. And this is a delegation follow-up from the Comox Valley Food Policy Council. Naomi Robert from the Comox Valley Food Policy Council, and who's making this presentation? Is there any follow-up?
I was just asking Jake Martins if he's able to come to the table for this follow-up. This is, as you say, Chair, the opportunity for delegations where you haven't considered them at the previous meeting for any sort of follow-up, and then any consideration of the follow-up action by the committee if needed.
Jake?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've added this item for consistency, but the committee did consider and provide a rural community grant associated with this delegation. And so there's no further follow-up identified, but the committee is welcome to provide further direction if they so choose.
So I'm thinking this is a good subject for the file of our new agricultural planner coordinator. Food security, farmers market, farmers institute. It all ties together. So that's something we should pursue. Okay, very good. Thank you. We have the resolution status report for receipt. Moved and seconded. Any questions on that gargantuan report? Okay, so anybody opposed? That carries. Reports. Development variance permit DV 4B25 1434 Wilkson Road. Report for receipt. Moved and seconded on receipt, and over to Albert.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Albert Marginet is our planner one, and Albert will be introducing the staff report. Albert will be supported by Alana Mullally, General Manager of Planning and Development Services at the table. Albert, over to you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, subject property was created by a fee simple subdivision in 2025. As a condition of the subdivision and related development permit, a rainwater management plan was registered on title as a Section 219 covenant. Consistent with bylaw number 520, being the My apologies, I am in the wrong file. Give me just a moment.
Don't worry, we do that all the time.
Right.
See one DVP, you see them all. Okay, back over to Albrecht.
Thank you so much. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, I would like to invite the agent and property owners, Brianna Sabry and David Aspinall Sullivan, to join us at the table, please. Just right here.
Welcome. Hope you're comfy.
Staff have received a development variance permit application for 1434 Wilkinson Road to decrease the minimum front yard setback for a proposed residential dwelling from 7.5 meters to 4.5 meters. The subject property is approximately 0.09 hectares, is zoned country residential 1 and designated as being in the settlement expansion area. The property is currently developed with 1 residential dwelling unit and accessory outbuilding, which are both proposed for demolition to enable the new residential dwelling. The variance is being requested to allow development to meet the prescribed flood construction level of 5.6 meters and a 15-meter setback from the present natural boundary as prescribed by a geotechnical engineer. The variance is desirable as it moves development away from the possible flood hazard on site. Staff recommend approval of this application as presented for the reasons that it is unlikely to increase privacy concerns, is unlikely to make building maintenance more difficult, and is unlikely to impact neighborhood form and character, and it moves the development away from a flood hazard. Adjacent owners within 100 meters of 1434 Wilkinson Road were notified of the development and given the opportunity to comment. 3 letters of support have been received from the neighboring properties. All comments indicate no concern. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Any questions of staff? Does the applicant wish to comment?
Nope, not unless there's any questions.
Okay. So we're good on questions. Oh, Director Arbor, one sec. Director Arbor.
No, thanks. I was just wanting to make sure my mic works. No, just kidding. No, this looks good, and I appreciate the thought of both by the applicant and staff on this. And I would emphasize again, it's always so good when we see actual letters of support from neighbors that confirm that they're fine with these kinds of variances. So all good to go on my end.
Very good. Seeing no questions, I'm going to excuse the applicant from the table while we vote on the receipt of the report. So moved and seconded on receipt. So anybody opposed to receipt? That carries. Now I'll entertain a motion to receive all the correspondence. Moved and seconded on the correspondence. Any questions, comments? Seeing none on the correspondence. Anybody opposed? And that carries as well. Is there anybody in the gallery wishing to speak on the matter? Seeing none, I don't need to call for a second and third time. So that brings us right to the recommendation. It's been first and seconded. So any further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, I'll call a question on that. Anybody opposed? That also carries. Thank you very much. Number 2, site-specific amendment to floodplain management bylaw FR2B 25-1434 Wilkinson Road. Report for receipt. Move and second on receipt and over to staff.
And again, Albert Marginet will be introducing this report, companion report to the previous one. Albert?
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, I again would like to invite the agent, Brianna Savory, to join us at the table.
Long time no see.
Nice to be back.
Through the CAO to the chair and directors, an application has been received for a site-specific exemption to the floodplain management bylaw at a property on 1434 Wilkinson Road. The proposed exemption is to replace the principal dwelling unit with a new principal dwelling unit. The applicant has provided a geotechnical assessment report written by a professional engineer in support of this development as per the requirements of the floodplain management bylaw. The report prescribes a flood construction level of 5.6 meters and establishes that the year 2100 floodplain setback is off property to the southwest, leaving no developable envelope on site. The engineer prescribes a lesser minimum floodplain setback for the property of 15 meters from the present natural boundary. The engineer's report concludes that the land is considered safe and suitable for the use intended, provided that the recommendations of the report are followed. Staff recommends support for this exemption because the engineer's report will be registered as a covenant against the property and the approach taken is in line with the provincial guidelines. I'm happy to answer directors' questions, and the agent, Brianna Savory, is also available to answer questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And look to the directors. Any questions on the floodplain? Don't see any, and the applicant has nothing further to add. Okay, so again, I will excuse from the table and thank you very much. So on receipt of the application or the report, anybody opposed? That carries. Recommendation is attached. Move and second on the recommendation. Seeing no comments on the recommendation. Anybody opposed? Then that also carries. Thank you very much. Item number 3, an applicant's covenant amendment request for 1712 Scales Creek on Kilmorley Road. Report for receipt. Second. Moving second on receipt. And over to staff for comment.
Thanks, Chair. And Albert Marginet again will be introducing this report. Over to you, Albert.
Thank you very much. Through the CAO to the chair and directors, I would like to invite the property owner, Ralph Borshnek, and his agent to the table. Yes, please.
Oh. They might want to actually go up to the lectern. It's not a podium because apparently you have to actually step on a podium. I learned that the hard way in grade 11. Ralph. Hold on, let me get you on the air here. So you guys look like the coaching staff of the Canadian hockey team there. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think Albert Marginet is able to introduce the staff report, and then I understand there may be comments or presentation from the applicant. So Albert,
hold your fire and we'll let Albert go ahead.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. The subject property was created by a fee simple subdivision at in 2025, located at 1752 Little River Road. As a condition of the subdivision and related development permit, a rainwater management plan was registered on title as a section 219 covenant, consistent with bylaw number 520, being the Rural Comox Valley zoning bylaw. The covenant included a no further subdivision clause. A draft of this covenant was provided to the owner and their legal counsel for review. No concerns were raised and the covenant was subsequently signed. The owners have lawfully constructed 2 dwelling units on the property under the provisions of the Country Residential 1 zone. Provincial legislation enables a surveyor to deposit a building strata plan with the province, circumventing the provincial approving authority and local government, so long as the properties have not been lived in. And in January 2026, the owner's surveyor attempted to do this, and this plan was rejected as the no further subdivision clause in the covenant. The surveyor's plan shows 2 parts to Strata Lot A, and each of which could be used as a separate dwelling unit, thus exceeding the maximum permitted density. Staff met with the property owners in February 2026 and understand that the implications of the covenant were not understood. Staff understands that the owners had intended to sell each of the proposed strata lots. To successfully register a building strata, the no further subdivision clause needs to be removed. Staff recommend that the no further subdivision clause remain in the covenant and the property as the property is developed to its maximum density under the zoning bylaw, and that no further subdivision be permitted. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Ralph?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Directors. My name is Ralph Borshnick. For 33 years, I've developed housing in the Comox Valley through my family-owned and operated company, helping build hundreds of homes for families in this community. This is the Bauer family who happened to be in the room with their child. A young family expecting another child we have been working with over the last year to build their dream home. I'm here to ask you to allow an amendment to the 219 covenant. This would allow the 2 homes on lot 2 to be sold separately, enabling each home to have its own owner while remaining on a single fee simple property. This is commonly done in the Comox Valley. I supported the original rainwater management plan. However, an additional clause was added that now prevents the registration of a building strata, which was not anticipated at the time. The addition of this clause has left these homes to be unsaleable. This is resulting in great financial hardship, not only for me, my family, my company, but also the family we designed this home for. As a result, the Bauer family has been displaced, leaving them unable to take possession of their dream home, placing their ability to remain in the Comox Valley at risk. I would like to thank the staff for meeting with us and to hear our rationale for the application. Now I'd like to ask Paul and Bob to further explain these rationale.
Welcome, Paul.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome. Thanks for welcoming us, and Mr. Chair, CAO, and directors, staff for your attention to this matter. We appreciate your prompt response to the application made on the middle of January to this issue that we're dealing with. And really our purpose here is to clarify the intention of what our application is, and really hopefully to resolve any misunderstandings between the CVRD Planning Department and the applicant. And we believe there are practical solutions to this problem. So really what we're doing here, as Ralph has summarized, is we're looking for some solution to this problem. The rainwater management plan had a sketch attached to it. You can see it on the screen there, which did show the 2-lot subdivision, which was approved by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, and did contemplate 2 dwellings on each of those lots, which is in accord with the density requirements. And as noted in the report, the density has been maximized by having 2 dwellings built on lot 1 at this time, or sorry, on lot 2. The concern that has been raised in the staff report
constructed between, and we'll show a picture here. It's on the location certificate as well. There is a picture of it, which connects the building on what would be proposed strata lot A to that additional dwelling. So there's no intention of having that as an additional density. It's all part of the building that is built on strata lot A. So hopefully that clarifies that misunderstanding. The practical solutions are really, first and foremost, we would like to see a specific amendment to the covenant to allow for this strata plan, this building strata to be registered. It's like a duplex, if you could imagine that. The other possible solution is to leave the covenant as is, registered against title to both lots 1 and 2, and simply have the regional district instruct its staff to sign the application for deposit. That's something that we had proposed initially, but of course staff wanted to further look into this. And that may be a solution that would allow that no subdivision covenant to stay in place, because obviously the applicant doesn't intend to subdivide further lots 1 and 2, but rather have a building strata registered, which allows for separate ownership of those buildings by, in this case, the Bowers, and by a future buyer of the other building. This is something that has been done in the regional district for the last number of years. There's at least 5 or 6 that I'm aware of. And the only issue that's come up here is because the rainwater management plan did have that further restriction of no further subdivision, which really wasn't intended to, in our opinion, restrict a building strata. And so that's what we're asking for today, and we're hopeful that we can come up with a solution to this problem. And as I say, there is no intention to increase any density here. That has already been built to the maximum, as noted in your report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bob Blanc.
Welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board staff. I just wanted to go over a couple of things, because I think I was definitely confused a bit about the difference between a bareland strata and a building strata. And I think what we have here is sort of a bit of a confusion as to what is actually going on. The regional district isn't really involved in this until there's a rainwater management plan or some other reason to have a 219 covenant registered. So the strata lots are defined by the existing buildings and functions of the same manner as a duplex, as Paul has mentioned, except that 2 dwelling units are not physically attached. So what we hear is strata cannot be further subdivided, nor can additional dwelling units be added. Accordingly, no additional density or future development potential is created. So in other words, what we see here is 2 buildings, and that's all that we're ever going to see on lot 2. So there isn't this sort of difficulty that somehow we'd have more development going on, and therefore we need to, and Paul has well described the alternatives to make sure that this is what we are actually going to end up with in the end. Duplex strata created under the Strata Properties Act does not create additional fee simple. So in other words, there's no what we would normally understand as a subdivision doesn't create that. And it provides shared ownership of a single 4 hectare, or to me, 10 acre, containing 2 dwellings with a limited common property. The registered strata plan legally fixes the maximum density to 2 dwelling units, consistent with the zoning that the regional district has passed as a policy. So with that, we would hope that you would consider this proposal that Paul has made. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. So any questions of the applicants? Seeing none at this point. So the one unit there with the breezeway, my understanding was that the breezeway wasn't shown on the original drawings because they only show you like that, because they only show the actual foundation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you don't see the breezeway. Now, is your intent then to have a kitchen unit in that unit?
There
Or
is
is
a
it just a
partial
bedroom?
kitchen. There's not allowed, we had long discussions with the building department. Can't put a stove in there, but you can put a kitchen in there. The intent of that is so that the mother can, mother, grandmother, whatever, can help them with their very young child and their new baby and have, because there's only 3 bedrooms in the main house. So 2 kids and the parents, house is full. So they wanted an extra bedroom. And the house was already built when we decided to do this. So we didn't want to tear half the house apart. So we put it closely and put a covered walkway to get from, so they could share the property. And on the building permit drawings, it's very clear that they're attached. And also on the one of the other drawings there, it shows it attached down there. It just does not show it on the main survey because apparently by the Survey Act, they only show the foundations. That answer your question?
Okay. Any other questions from the other directors at this point? So I'm just wondering how we can remedy the situation. If that was an art studio rather than being used as a bedroom, then would there be objections from our building department about that? Would it be the same thing, or is it the fear that it's going to be sublet or something like that, or a stove's going to go in later? Or I just fail to understand why we can't work this out. Lana.
Through the chair to the directors, I think really what it comes down to is that the lot was subdivided. There's the remainder piece of the land to the north of this property. The house was lawfully, pardon me, the property was lawfully developed with 2 units. Mr. Borshnak obtained the building permit. On the building permit drawing, we've made it clear that this piece to house the secondary living area is not to be used as a dwelling unit. So we've included that on the drawing. As Mr. Borshnak has said in the drawings, the architectural elevations for the building permit, they do show the connection of the roof truss for those 2 pieces. I think the piece that gave us the pause was when we got this plan that was defected from the land title office showing 2 parts to Strata Lot A. So we've met with the Borshniks. We understand their intention. I think it's a very unfortunate situation. You know, I'm very empathetic to them and to their prospective buyers. I think all we're saying to you is that on this plan, as you can see, and the way it's labeled, and now that hearing that there is a partial kitchen, that's all we're saying is that the unit maximum has been exceeded. And so arguably someone could do that whether or not there was a strata plan that was being submitted. But what we're just flagging is that 3 units exceeds the maximum density for the property. And we have noted that on the building permit, and then it just becomes a compliance issue if and when we ever get a complaint.
When we did the building permit, we also, the Bowers signed a covenant or a letter stating that it would never be used for rental. It is strictly for the mother to come and live with them and have her own bedroom and help with the children. There's no intention whatsoever. And the reason it's not fully or attached, like I said, the main house was already built and this was the easiest way to attach a 4th bedroom. No intention to put renters in there. Yeah. And this is the lady who will hopefully own it, and it is all fully notarized and given to the regional district. There is no intention to deceive anybody here.
Yeah, and I think there's probably another solution here if there's any concerns about density, which again, I encourage you to look at the application and realize that it has already been built to the maximum density. So another possible solution would be to have the Bowers, upon acquisition of that property, enter into a covenant to restrict any further density. So that's something I know you've looked at for other applications. As far as further subdivision, there is no intention of further subdivision of this particular lot. It's worth pointing out that lot 1 will also be built out in a similar way. And again, that's why we're looking for the regional district to either sign the application for a deposit of the strata plan or consider a friendly, hopefully friendly amendment to allow for that building strata to be registered for both lots 1 and 2, as lot 1 has not been built upon. That's into the future.
Director Arbor, you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. I'm it just feels like, I mean, we're at a binary kind of choice on this one, and I'm just wondering how, from staff's perspective, we just heard some suggestions, like a couple of options and then a third option. And I'm just wondering if this is new information to staff. There was mentioned that that's been done 5 or 6 times elsewhere in the regional district prior. So can we have a little bit more background on that to support our decision making?
Alana?
Through the chair to the directors. So I think the reference that Mr. Ives is making is that there have been 5 or 6 different properties where after construction of 2 dwelling units, a surveyor has deposited a building strata plan with the land title office. And so that is provided for in provincial legislation. It's well understood. I think in that instance, we don't normally get the opportunity to see these because as Albrecht mentioned in his presentation, the deposit of that plan is a transaction that happens directly between the registered surveyor and the land title office. The reason that we are seeing this one is because it was rejected by the land title office because of the no further subdivision. So we wouldn't normally see these. And in this case, this is sort of, yes, we have 5 or 6. Yes, it's lawfully permitted to register a building strata. We're seeing this one because it breached a covenant. In respect to the options that were flagged, we wouldn't normally enter into a covenant to prevent something that's already prevented in the zoning bylaw. So covenants aren't like belt and suspenders. You don't use the title as a notice board. The zoning already prevents an additional unit. We don't need another, I would suggest to you, we don't need another covenant to say that. It's already not permitted.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, this is one I don't think I've encountered before, but so from staff's perspective, like you're just saying, just decline it, and then what would be the options at that point? If none of their suggested options are supported, is there an opportunity to connect the 2 buildings in a more permanent way so that it's all one building? Like, I just have some questions as to what happens to those 2 buildings, other than just enforcement later down the road or something. So I'm just curious. It seems like the recommendation is very kind of black and white in terms of, but we don't actually address the future state. Am I incorrect in that?
Through the chair to the directors, yeah, it is a tough spot. And, as staff, we are really empathetic to these owners because we do believe that they really didn't understand the implications at the time of the previous subdivision. And I do believe what they're saying to us now and what they're saying to you is that this isn't their intention. And I understand all of that. I don't think there's necessarily anything from a building construction perspective, because as you know, in our zoning bylaw, we can have a secondary suite, which is part of a so, you know, it's just, the zoning just doesn't contemplate a third unit on the property. Down the, like, you know, what the implication is, of course, is that they wouldn't be able to sell these as two separate titles, two strata titled properties. I presume there's also an owner in the wings, or prospective owner in the wings for part strata lot B. Yeah, if you support this, it's not the end of the world. We could have a compliance issue on our hands anyway in future. I guess we're just flagging it because we're not able to support it because it appears that it exceeds the density in the zoning bylaw.
If I could just add one other thing on that strata plan, which of course you only see one sheet of it there. On the 6th sheet of that strata plan, it does show the roof assembly connecting strata lot A to portions, part of. So it's clear what they're filing is consistent with what's being built. And again, to reiterate, it's not increasing the density by doing that.
So if I could then just, Alana, to your point, if the committee supports the applicant's request here and does not support the staff report's recommendation, then that would authorize or enable the building strata to be approved. And then if there's a compliance matter, if there's a complaint against the density on this property in the future, then the CVRD would be undertaking that complaint and dealing with it at a compliance level, which would then potentially put the same question back before the committee in the future. But that would be under a compliance scenario if that were ever to unfold.
Yeah, that's correct.
And Director Arbor. Well, that frames it a little differently. You know, you got to remember we are in the middle of a housing crisis, and obviously this would be a hardship issue for the family. There's obvious that maybe our proponents should get one of these things when they look at the fine print of the report. So personally, I would be willing to go ahead with it just on taking in consideration the fact there is no increase in density. It's more of a technicality issue. That's my personal opinion. So if Director Arbor has a comment.
We're having two dialogues here. We're having the dialogue that it's not an increase in density, and I just heard staff, we are exceeding the density now. So which one is it? Like, we can't have it both ways, in my opinion. So can staff clarify whether, in their opinion, this is actually exceeding the density? Because we keep talking a different language.
Through the chair to the directors, we measure density in our zoning bylaw. It's units per hectare. And so in this instance, we've got 2 single detached dwelling units that were constructed. And then the second part of part strata lot A, which could also be used as a dwelling unit. And Mr. Borshnak has confirmed that certainly the intent is to have this as a unit for the family member. As you know, we don't regulate people. It's not about who's living in it. It's just, is it a dwelling unit or not? So that's where staff's coming from.
Hold on a second here. If you want to concede the microphone, step up to the.
I haven't been pre-approved. I apologize. I'm just wondering if I can have 1 minute of your time just for clarity.
Okay.
Please. My name is Sandra Schnarr. It's my daughter, Alyssa Bauer. I'm working with them to do the deal. I just want to make sure that everybody understands before this addition with the breezeway across was approved with the district of Comox, I had to sign a letter that I got notarized before this was permitted, saying that that is not going to be used as a suite. So I'm kind of thinking that checks the boxes, or am I wrong? Yeah, the district has done their homework. I've signed the document. I got it notarized.
Thank you very much. And Alana?
Through the chair to the directors, yeah, we thank you for doing that. This was flagged by the building inspectors as a potential third unit, and that's why, as I indicated, both on the plans and in the notarized letter, these are assurances from the prospective owner that they will not use it as a dwelling unit. And that's our effort to try to ensure compliance.
Can I speak to that?
Go ahead.
Before we put in the building permit, we had long conversations with the building department. Is this legal? Are we following the rules? We would have never built that if we thought we were breaking the rules. If they need a more substantial connection, ask for it, but don't just put a huge financial burden on all of us because we misunderstood one rule. It is absolutely one unit for one family for forever, as far as we know. We followed all the building rules. We didn't build it without any permits, nothing like that.
Thanks very much. Any other questions of the proponent here, or excuse them from the podium? Thanks very much.
So, sorry, last thing, lawyers always have to get the last word apparently, but so I've suggested a couple solutions here, and it'll be up to you and staff to figure out what works best. The simplest and easiest would be, we believe, to have the CBRD sign off on the application for deposit of the strata plan. Hopefully the concerns around the density issue are eliminated by these further bits of information. And if that doesn't work at land titles, then we could ask for a hopefully friendly amendment to allow that covenant to be, that restriction in the rainwater management covenant to be amended to allow the subdivision by way of building strata specifically. We're not saying get rid of it. We're just saying let us move forward. So thanks for your attention to this and for all the input and questions.
You've generated another question. Director Hardy.
Not really a question, Chair. I guess my thoughts would be that we receive the report and then move to a recommendation or a motion moving forward here. Just my thoughts.
Okay, well, thank you once again. And excuse from the table. So on the report, anybody opposed to the report for receipt? That's carried. And the recommendation.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just wondering again with regards to the recommendation that we have in place right now, that I'd like to put forward a motion to defer the decision today and ask for staff to come back with a report entertaining options based upon the presentation that's been provided today. That would be my motion.
Alternately, we can not move the recommendation because what I hear is the staff isn't necessarily married to this. It's more along the technical aspects of the due diligence. So are we just postponing it for another meeting? Are we going to come back with the same conundrum?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could ask Alana, with respect to the direction to staff to sign the notice to deposit or the alternative amending the 219, appreciating that neither would be consistent with the staff recommendation and that we do feel that density is maxed. Does either of those two options provide the pathway for the ASC to support the request from the applicants here? And is there a preferred pathway?
Yes, please.
Through the chair to the directors, I'm not sure if the land title would accept a notice to waive. That's something I'd have to confirm if what the format that would look like would be. The option could be for you to remove the clause with an amendment to the covenant, like an amending covenant that would deal with that one clause, but keep the rainwater management plan on title. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if the land title office would accept a letter from.
Yeah, and
from
I'm
the
also
board.
mindful of timing on this particular application and whether or
Yeah.
not a subsequent report back to the committee, it would certainly delay the consideration. But if the committee wants it referred, and we can come back at the very next opportunity to give you the analysis.
I'll look to the other directors, see what comfort you have on this file. I've already said that I think we should always favor the people in the field, and whenever possible, as long as we don't imperil ourselves as a corporation. Director Arbor.
Yeah, I mean, the staff is the people in the field as well. So, yeah, this is really a down the rabbit hole kind of issue. So I'm of two minds, and I think I'm landing on one side now. But you know, in regards to having the magnifying glass, and you know, you have a team of professionals that are looking after this, and they acknowledge themselves that you know maybe something was missed in that process, and if we acknowledge the intent. I'm trying to think about how this doesn't, you know, how do we ensure that this kind of situation doesn't happen in the future? That would be important. But, and then again, I want it to be clear that it is an increase in the density according to how we're reading it. If we go with one of the suggestions, but at the end of the day, I think I'd be willing personally to accommodate the applicants because a lot of the problems, it's like the problem doesn't go away, like the building is built. It's close. The two houses, you know, the two places are quite close. I am ticked off a little bit by some of the things, like, is it a dwelling? Is it not a dwelling? Like it seems like it's going to be used. It's a separate building and stuff. So I'm more on the side of staff, but I'm just willing to have the lenience to say, let's let this one go and ensure that we learn from this one. So this, you know, this specific issue doesn't arise again.
Okay, well, I have two versions of how to proceed from the two directors. So at this point, I guess I'll make my own decision. And I move that that we, as Director Arbor says, we let this one go and learn from experience. And so I would move that. Do we need to move the recommendation, or just not move the recommendation in this case?
No, I think staff does need some direction on either directing staff to sign a notice to deposit, though we're not sure that that is exactly the pathway that land title would be looking for, or direct staff to amend the covenant to remove the no further subdivision clause.
Regardless, it's going to have to come back then.
I don't know that it does have to come back. If the direction here is to remove the no further subdivision clause, then we would undertake that work, and that would be the decision made by the committee today. And it wouldn't have to come back.
I'll make that motion if I get seconded.
And Alana may want to weigh in there.
Thank you. And through the chair to this directors, I would suggest that you include that the applicant bear the costs of amending that covenant, that those don't fall to the CVRD.
Sounds like it's agreeable. So we got second. Okay. Is anybody opposed to that? Seeing nothing, that carries. Thank you. Right on to number 4, site-specific floodplain setback FR2C 258856 Driftwood Road, Port Tracy. And over to staff introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carter Ruff is our planner one, and Carter will be introducing the staff report, again supported by Alana Mullally as needed. Carter, over to you.
Welcome, Carter.
Thank you. Through the CEO to the chair and committee members, I would first like to invite the applicants Richard Martin and David Kohlhofer to join me at the committee table. And I'd also like to note the property owner, Alex Kindy, is attending the meeting online. You guys just said that 2 spots in there. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
You get a seat at the back of the bus.
An application has been received to consider a site-specific exemption to the floodplain management bylaw for a proposed garage addition. The subject property, located at 8856 Driftwood Road, is approximately 0.2 hectares and zoned residential 1. Existing development consists of a 1-story single detached dwelling. Since this proposed addition is within 100 meters of the ocean, the property owner has submitted an engineer's report relating to the flood hazard. The report confirms there is no building envelope on the property located outside of the floodplain. So to accommodate the proposed development, the engineer recommends a reduced floodplain setback of 15 meters. The report also contains a list of mitigation measures to minimize flood risk at the reduced setback. Granted, these measures are followed, the engineer states the land is safe for the intended use. Staff are recommending the exemption be approved as the report is consistent with provincial flood hazard guidelines and will be registered as a covenant against the property. Staff and the applicants are now available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carter. Any questions of staff or the applicants? Not at this point. Do the applicants have anything to say? Very good. Okay, so seeing no questions, we are in receipt. Call the question on receipt. All in favor? And I have to dismiss you both from the table now. We take a vote on the actual recommendation. Thanks so much. So on the recommendation as presented, do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, all in, sorry? We didn't get a mover and seconder? Oh, I would love it if you would. Okay, then seconded. So on the recommendation as moved and seconded. All in favor? Carries. Another site-specific floodplain setback, FR2 A25 for 6449 Island Highway. For receipt. Moved and seconded, I'll second it. And over for introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stephanie Pollock is our planner 2, and Stephanie will be introducing this report. Stephanie.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Good morning through the CAO to the chair and directors. I'll first introduce the applicant, John Gower, as well as the owner, Russell Hebblethwaite. I understand Russell and John are both joining us over Zoom. The 2.24 hectare subject property is oceanfront, located at 6448 Island Highway South in Area A. The property is currently developed with 2 detached dwelling units and 4 accessory buildings. A new approximately 42.8 square meter habitable accessory building to be used as a studio is proposed within 100 meters of the present natural boundary and within the coastal flood hazard area as mapped by the CBRD's Coastal Flood Mapping Project. Being within 100 meters of the sea, the applicant hired a professional engineer to prepare a report relating to flood hazard per the floodplain management bylaw. There is developable area on the property that meets both the prescribed flood construction level and setback. However, the property owners are applying for a site-specific building setback due to their siting preference. The provincial guidelines limit the consideration of setback reduction to the physical constraints of the site, so that buildings are to be kept out of the floodplain to allow floodwater to ebb and flow, to minimize flood damage, to protect life and safety of occupants, and to contribute towards community resilience. As there is a buildable area elsewhere on the subject property, and the provincial guidelines direct that setback requirements should not be reduced unless a serious hardship exists, and no other reasonable option is available, staff do not support the proposed 21.64 meter site-specific floodplain setback from the present natural boundary. This recommendation is consistent with the provincial guidelines, as well as the regional growth strategy and the official community plan that provides direction for no new development within hazard areas. Please note that a substantively similar application, FR 1A23, was made in 2023, which was denied by the board on January 9th, 2024. Alana and I are here to answer any questions you might have, as are the applicants on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Next we have John and Russell.
Good afternoon.
You folks have something to add to this?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Good afternoon, Chair, directors, CAO of staff and attendees. As you can see, John is here as well. I think most of you are familiar with this application. It's been a long time in the works, as Stephanie mentioned. We started in 2023, January of 2023. And at the time, Brian Chow had said to me, if you want to build a building without a hot water tank, we can get moving on it right away. If you want a hot water tank, we're going to have to do a floodplain exemption. And I guess I look back on that as probably one of the worst decisions I made, well, that I can remember. But it was an honest decision. It was honesty that said, I want a hot water tank. It's a studio with a bathroom and whatever. So that's what started. We went on an entire year till the end of that year, where we even got a special meeting involved with your community advisory board that came out to the, well, they didn't come out to the property. They decided on it in a 3-3 split. The decision went to the board in January of 24 and was defeated as a habitable residence, but we were able to pick it up as a non-habitable. Discussions resumed immediately. The application went in 2024, and then by the summer of 2024, communication started to slow down with the CVRD, and by that fall, there was a meeting with Ton that said rules have changed and you can't build there anymore. So there's been a lot of changes. We've been around so long with this that it's gone through a lot of changes. It went from a slam dunk, literally, for a non-habitable build in that spot. And I should start by describing, because it's important everybody understand what we're talking about here, and we've tried to get this through over the course of the years through videos and pictures, etc. There's a natural clearing on this site. And even more importantly than that, this site is a red zone archaeological area. And we have been super conscious since we bought the property 25 years ago that we were very respectful of that. So when we built our house, we did things like incorporate new technology that was new to this area. People hadn't heard of it. The screw-in piles. So we used screw-in piles so we could limit the amount of ground intrusion for archaeological purposes. So we're trying to do the same now. We have an existing clearing with an incredible view straight southeast down Bain Sound. It's there. I'll remind then as well, or let you know as well, that in the fall of 2023, I received a phone call from the CVRD Utilities office stating that our water use had gone up dramatically. And as I recall, it was about 1,800 cubic meters since the previous reading. And that was during the construction of the house. There was nobody even in the house at the time. So we knew we had a leak. We tried desperately to locate and isolate the leak. We could not. So as luck would have it, there was a directional drilling company finishing a job nearby. And I'd always intended to use directional drilling because of the sensitivity, the archaeological sensitivity on the property. So we employed them right away based on this leak. We shut the water off immediately. When we got the call from the CVRD, we shut the water off. We got these guys in. They were working within 3 days. And we used that clearing as their hub. They have a piece of equipment there. They set up. They're able to drill under the ground, you know, roughly 4 feet over from one spot to another. And we were able to bring in new water lines and then shoot them over to the house. We were bringing a new 200 amp service in as well. So while they were there, we ran a conduit for underground power lines. We connected. We even installed a septic tank in the area.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we've got a long agenda, and this is fascinating, but we have to cut to the chase.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Well, here's where we're at, is just the bottom line. Our goal has always been to take advantage of that natural clearing and to build a small studio on that site, take advantage of that. The utilities are already in there. I've had not one, not two, but 3 engineering reports at the request of the planning department. Each one verify it's okay, yes. Verify it's better than, yes. And a third one, 2 letters of assurance signed. The site is safe. I've heard in previous submissions this morning, 2 times where your or your engineer's report were accepted, but for some reason I can't seem to get our engineer's reports accepted. So I'm asking that we allow the building of our studio on the existing clearing, because the other site is covered in trees, which would require massive tree removal and digging through First Nations middens that are visible on this site.
Thank you very much. That was very succinct.
Thank you.
And will you take questions from directors?
Absolutely.
Any questions on this one? Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to hear a little more from staff on this one, and just a refresher, like in plain language, of the rationale, because I'm trying to approve this. It's been 3-4 years on this issue, and it's not, that lot is quite separated from everything else. So I understand the floodplain risk and everything else, but where is the crux of our concern around this one? Is it the liability to see, like where does it hit the road? Because I would love to solve this one today and have them go on their merry way and start building 4 years in. And I think there's a good point that it was a bit of a kerfuffle back then, where we had a 50-50 kind of as our floodplain bylaws were coming in. So there's a lot of history with this file as well. And just wondering why staff is on the denying on this one. Like, you've already stated it, but maybe take into consideration what I said.
The crux of staff's recommendation is really because there is buildable area elsewhere on the subject property. That is what sets this application apart from others. The provincial guidelines direct that setback requirements should not be reduced unless there is a serious hardship that exists and no other reasonable option. Because the engineer report shows that there is buildable area on the property, that really is the crux of the recommendation.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thank you. That really crystallized it. Yeah. I think I would just let them proceed based on the history of this parcel, realizing that yes, there's other buildable, but it is a large property. And this site is probably preferred for, I don't know, I don't want to ask the applicant, but I imagine just viewing corridor, convenience of trails, existing kind of layout. So I would be willing to, I think there was an option 2, right, in the staff report that we could contemplate. So you did give us an out on a second option. Can we discuss that second option a little more and what that looks like from staff perspective?
Through the chair to the directors. So certainly you could support the applicant in their bid to locate the building in this location. I would suggest that I wouldn't suggest, but I'm not sure how much, excuse the pun, water the covenant indemnifying the CVRD would hold, given that the engineer has identified another location. So that would be the only piece that I might flag, but I certainly can't anticipate what that future would look like.
If I may opine in here, I think what has to be recognized is that it's a studio. Studio is where you create. You need a creative space. It's not a matter of, oh, you could put it over there, you know, by a rock pile because it's convenient. This is all about location. It's all about being on the Bain Sound. Inspiration comes with the winds in the trees. Inspiration comes with the dappling of the shadows from the sun, from the sound of the waves. You know, I mean, I think that's, I hate to go into my left hemisphere here too much because being a musician, I know darn well that inspiration happens usually when it's inconvenient, but it's definitely, it's definitely you got to create those spaces to allow it to happen. I think anybody that does art of any sort would agree with me. This is a studio. The studio is going to go in a place where it's inspirational. So I mean, I know you can, you know, the province of BC does this and that and the other thing, but you know let's remember what it is. You know, it's a place to connect with that, with the muse, whatever muse you've got. And I certainly am 100% for it. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments, Director Grieve. Certainly the I can't comment on the creative description you provided there, but I do want to, though, recognize the recommendation put forward, and as Stephanie mentioned, the alignment with the provincial guidelines, and that the basis being that the buildable area is elsewhere on the property. I think that's an important piece to consider, and we do have to, as the regional district, recognize those guidelines and those requirements. And as noted, there is the second option number 2 in the report that does provide for the location here. If the committee wants to consider that as your option. But I want to recognize that what staff has put forward here is in alignment with provincial guidelines and with the regulations that we're instructed to follow.
But of course. Okay, well, I guess we're on receipt still, are we not? Okay, on receipt. Anybody opposed? If somebody'd like to move the recommendation? Move option 2?
I'll second.
Seconded on 2? And we fully recognize, you know, that we're always trying to do our due diligence and best practice and all that stuff. But, you know, sometimes it's like trying to, what does Loving Spoon shall say about trying to talk to a stranger about rock and roll. They don't get it. Okay, so we've moved to seconded on number 2. Any further discussion? Call the vote. Anybody opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
May I offer my thanks, Chair, to you and the directors, and also to planning. I understand where they come from, but I'd like to thank you very much for the result.
You're welcome. It is what it is. We're moving right along. So we have we got Driftwood Road, site-specific floodplain setback. Sorry, where are we at? Number 6? I got screwed up. Okay, number 6, zoning bylaw application fee for Davis Road, that one? Is that, oh, the Maxwell, okay. So for receipt, move receipt, seconded. And over to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And again, Stephanie Pollock, Planner 2, will be introducing this report. Stephanie.
Thanks. Through the CEO to the Chair and Directors, zoning amendment application RZ 2B24, which proposed subdivision of a settlement expansion area property at 1701 Davies Road into 2 lots, was presented to the committee on January 12th, 2026. The application was denied, but committee resolved that staff bring back a report to this meeting that considers the reimbursement of fees related to this subject application. The rezoning application fee was $2,000. The committee may consider a full or partial refund of the application fee. The Planning Procedures and Fees Bylaw number 328 stipulates that there are no refunds for any application that has been considered by a CVRD officer or the board, unless upon written request by the applicant and the board approves a refund by resolution. A written request was received from the applicants. This application was active between August 2024 and January 2026 and has necessitated an above average investment of staff time involving numerous staff members across multiple levels. Should the application fee be refunded, the cost of staff time associated with the application will be borne by the Electoral Areas Planning Service 500. Staff are presenting this for information purposes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're all familiar with this file. Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the comments from staff and recognize that there's costs in the CVRD, but also the applicant itself has spent a lot of money trying to get to a decision, and the decision didn't go their way, unfortunately. So I would be supporting the full $2,000 refund. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, then I'll call the question on receipt. On receipt of the report, anybody opposed? And a motion?
Yeah, put forward a motion for the application fee of $2,000 to be refunded back to the application and to the applicant.
Second it. Any more discussion? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and all the directors in regards to this matter.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you.
Moving right along, we're going to go to the Agricultural Land Reserve non-farm use application number 5077 on Headquarters Road. Moved and seconded on receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Stephanie Pollock again will be introducing this report.
Didn't know Stephanie did ALC stuff.
Stephanie, over to you.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the Chair and Directors, I'll first just introduce and invite the applicant and owner Matthew Enns to join us up at the table here. You wouldn't mind? Yeah. Thanks.
Welcome.
An Agricultural Land Commission non-farm use application has been received for the subject property at 5077 Headquarters Road. The property is approximately 12.34 hectares and is developed with a single detached dwelling. Agricultural use and related farm sales occur on the property, including an approximately 2.4 hectare or 6-acre hayfield, as well as a garden area consisting of a small greenhouse, 4 raised boxes for vegetables, and grapevines. The property has farm status under the Assessment Act, meaning that the farm meets minimum gross income requirements from farm gate sales. The proposal before you includes agritourism activities, 5 agritourism campsites, a proposed barn for petting zoo use, housing livestock, storing hay, and farm equipment, as well as fill related to the development of the proposed campsites, the proposed barn, as well as for road and parking access around the barn, and for a proposed designated road for farm equipment storage. The proposed agritourism uses on the property include farm tours related to the hayfield for crop harvesting and the garden, seasonal cart rides, harvest festivals related to fruit, vegetable, and hay sales, These agritourism uses are proposed but are not in existing use on the property. The Regional Growth Strategy, Official Community Plan, and Comox Valley Agricultural Plan all seek to protect land for farming and discourage the reduction of agricultural area for non-agricultural uses. The Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission does not support the non-farm use proposal and recommends that the application not be forwarded to the Agricultural Land Commission. The Ministry of Agriculture and Food does not support the proposal, raising concerns about the amount of agricultural activity occurring on the property not being proportional to the proposed agritourism uses. The barn's proposed locational proximity to watercourses, and flagged that the applicant submitted a previous ALC application for a different property for proposed horse stalls that had the appearance of a developing recreational vehicle campsite. Staff recommend the application be refused and not referred to the Agricultural Land Commission on the basis that the amount of agricultural activity occurring on the property is not proportional to the proposed agritourism uses, and the proposed campground reduces land available for farming activities, soil-based or otherwise, and does not offer any apparent benefits for agriculture. The proposal is not consistent with the Official Community Plan policy direction regarding the use of agricultural areas for non-agricultural uses. Like I said, the property owner and applicant, Matthew, is in attendance and available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Any questions at this point? Does the applicant wish to speak? Welcome, Matthew.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did prepare a couple of things. So good morning and thank you, Chair and Directors, for the time to speak. So my request for today's meeting is that the application be forwarded to the ALC with whatever comments or conditions that you and staff feel appropriate. So the ALC can determine compliance. I would like to start with quoting the ALC Act, Part 2, Farm Uses That May Not Be Prohibited. Section 12 directly relates to agritourism, and it says, the use of agricultural land for conducting agritourism activities described in subsection 2 is designated as a farm use and may not be prohibited if all the following three conditions are met. Number one, the activity is conducted on ALR land that is classified as farm under the Assessment Act. Members of the public are invited to the activity, whether or not a fee is charged. And third of all, no permanent facilities are constructed or erected. So we meet all three of those parameters. It then goes on to list approved agritourisms, which we also meet. I'd like to reference the Rural Comox Valley zoning bylaw for RUALR, which lists principal uses. There's 4 of them. Number 1, single detached dwelling. Number 2, agricultural use. Number 3, intensive agriculture. And number 4, on any lot in the agricultural land reserve, any other uses specifically permitted under the Agricultural Land Commission Act, regulation, and orders. Our property and this application fall underneath number 1, number 2, and number 4 of the principal uses in the Comox Valley bylaw. There are several clear reasons based on these bylaws and the ALR rules quoted in your staff's report why we are requesting that this be moved forward to the ALC with your comments. First of all, the Comox Valley RUALR zoning already defers to provincial ALR rules, and as this property is zoned such, then the zone permits any use specifically permitted under the ALC Act, regulations, and orders. So simply put, it's permitted, if something is permitted under the ALR regulations, your zoning framework already treats it as an approved principal use. Number 2, the staff report confirms the ALR regulation permits the exact activities that we're doing and the proposed activities. The staff report specifically lists permitted agritourism activities, including farm tours, educational activities, cart or sleigh rides, tractor rides, seasonal events like harvest festivals. It also quotes the regulation allowing that activities promote livestock, including petting zoos. And the report confirms commercial horse boarding is permitted and may not be prohibited. Third of all, the current local bylaw already has a pathway for agritourism accommodation which shows how the regional district will regulate it. This regulation says that it's based on zoning bylaw section 303 as providing regulations regarding maximum stay length, the number of units, and the size of the sites. So again, we meet all three of these.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because we got a long meeting and it's good to hear all the background, but I think Director Harbour has a question.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, well, I have comments anyways. Sure about a question.
Your comment then.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's funny, I keep hearing Dr. Hamir from Leicester and ringing in my head saying it's our role to stop these things because it wastes the LC's time if we're sending stuff that's not likely to be supported over there. So it's our role to kind of look after this. There's a reason why it's here. Local government has gained that privilege and right to comment and not put them forward. In this case, to me, it's not that different than when I supported the disc golf application. I think the future of farming in the valley, like we're using 4 or 5% of our agricultural land. There's an enormous amount of poverty on our farms, and people are looking for ways to make a living, enhance their revenues. The ALR does allow, this is a rule from 15 years ago, maybe staff can comment on that, but I remember that campsites were totally included as an eligible activity and things like that. So I don't see why I would not, as the applicant requested, forward it with our comments and concerns, but still forward it to the ALC for a decision. And hopefully there can be, I'm sure there'll be support letters from other people in the community. I'm very much in favor of farms diversifying their revenue at a time where I don't see a plan that would transform all this land, much of which is in a riparian area. It looks like a beautiful property, by the way. But yeah, a lot of it is riparian. I don't see all of this turning into a big hayfield for the whole of it. Maybe it would, but also it's also minimum footprint when you talk about some of that infrastructure. It's not something that's going to spread across like, again, I'm not an expert, but this is where we have the ALC as well that can consider all these different factors. So I would actually encourage us to just forward it with the comments from staff without necessarily a positive recommendation, but I mean, I'm positive about it. I don't know how the directors feel about it, but yeah, I would push it to the ALC.
Thank you. Director Hardy, you got a comment?
Go ahead.
Well, my comment would be that I was present when this was brought to the Agricultural Advisory Panel, and it was pretty unanimous that they didn't support it at all. So, you know, I think that we can send it forward, but I will be dissenting. Director?
Can you, I mean, because I open mind until decision time, can you summarize what the main concern was? I mean, I see a lot of these applications coming from younger people that are trying to establish in the rural areas. So I'm not commenting on the generational thing, but these properties are super expensive, and to make things work, like it's not 1970 anymore. So I'm just curious what the AAPC, you know, since you were there, Dr. Grieve, what the AAPC's main concern
I'm trying to
was.
find it in the report. Is the comments in there? We didn't usually receive the minutes of the APC before we discussed it. There was no minutes. I think it was November or October. It was quite a while ago, so I'm not sure. Do we have the actual comments from the APC?
Yes.
Mic on, please.
There you go.
Teamwork. Through the chair to the directors. The request from October 9th of the Ag APC was that the Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission oppose forwarding this application to the ALC for the following reasons. One, the applicants need to show active farming activity and related agritourism before the application is considered. And two, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and a qualified environmental professional should be engaged as much of the proposed activities involve riparian area. May I note,
Certainly.
Chair, you wouldn't normally see these applications for agritourism because they are deemed part of farm use, as Mr. Enns has indicated. The reason that you're seeing this one is because Mr. Enns submitted what's called a notice of intent with the Agricultural Land Commission. And the Agricultural Land Commission flipped it back and said, we don't see that you've got agritourism here and farm use that would meet the requirements of the act. And so therefore Mr. Enns was directed to make an application to make this application to you for non-farm use. So that's why you're seeing it.
Fair enough. Director?
Yeah, so I mean, everything I heard, even the comments from the APC, they're not major concerns to me in regards to the ag component. I see in the report that you currently meet the farm status. I mean, yeah, I would say let's forward this. Let's not split hair over it, and let the decisions lie. And I don't understand why it's become so hard to get these things through. Yeah, that's my comment. I've lived near farms on Hornby for a long time, and let me tell you, like the people who make it work, they have 5, 6 different sources of revenue on the property, and it's the way to go these days.
You know the old adage, you want to make $1 million farming, start with 2 million. Okay, so we're at the point of receipt of report, so I'd like to excuse from the table at this point. We got receipt in a second, right? Okay. So on receipt, anybody opposed? That carries. And on the motion, does Director Arbour wish to frame something? Hit your magic button there, sir. So you can hear you out in Cyberland.
Was there a second option, or because I could just say option 2, but if there wasn't, sorry, I'm lost in my reports. I've got too many things open. I would just move to refer the application to the ALC with staff comments.
I'll second it for discussion. Any further discussion? So I'll see any, oh yes, Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair. And it's a very difficult, we're put in a very difficult position here. I understand the applicant and where he would like to go with things. However, based upon no support from the Agriculture Advisory Planning Commission, the Ministry of Agriculture and Foods does not support the proposal, raising concerns about the amount of agriculture activity occurring on the property not being proportional to the proposed agritourism uses. It leaves me kind of going with regards to the recommendation that's in place right now.
I mean, we could forward this through. We've done it before, but it's probably going to be 2 years before you hear anything back from it anyways. Director Arbour?
In counter to that, it's also not a square property. Like this property is extremely unique in its contour and the riparian area. Like, I actually think that the plan fits well in a place that has different attributes in regards to the land base. And again, I can't, it probably, anyways, I won't go into it, but there's a huge riparian habitat, so that would restrict a lot of the agriculture. I don't want to go into the details of the file. I just think that the general concept seems quite acceptable for the LC to at least consider, to at least for them to review it and maybe provide feedback to the applicant.
At the very least, he's going to have to get farm status. Otherwise, I'll laugh him out of it. He's got farm status. Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Okay. Well, I think I'm going to move my, I changed my mind. I'm going to have to answer to my AAPC because they like to go through everything with a fine tooth comb after they make their decisions. But I think I will support Director Arbor's motion to send it forward. After all, we are not the decision makers, and in many cases, the ALC does surprise us. So on the motion itself, all those in favor? Opposed? It carries. Minority decision. Are we going to break for lunch? What's next on the agenda? One more? Oh, okay, number 8. Proposed new flood hazard area land use management bylaw for receipt. Move second on receipt and over to staff.
Thanks very much, Chair. Monica Whitney Brown, Planner 1 Long Range, and Stephanie Pollock, Planner 2, will be introducing this report. This is the culmination of a fair amount of work and time spent on analysis and consideration, and an important policy decision for the committee to make. So, yeah, I won't steal any more thunder. Stephanie, over to you.
Thank you. Through the chair to the directors, the topic before you on floodplain management is topical this month with the recent flood impacts having been felt across the region. We'll begin with a brief overview of the background of this project to remind you of the new bylaw's objectives and the current approach to managing flood risk. Section 524 of the Local Government Act requires local governments to consider provincial guidelines in regulating flood risk through bylaw. In 2018, the province updated these guidelines to incorporate sea level rise into the determination of building setbacks and flood construction levels, or FCLs, in coastal areas. The CVRD adopted bylaw number 600, being the floodplain management bylaw, in 2020 to align with this 2018 update and apply to development within 100 meters of the sea. This bylaw was considered an interim measure to be reconsidered once coastal flood hazard mapping was completed. In 2021, coastal floodplain mapping was completed by Kerr-Wood Lydell Consulting Engineers. This mapping identifies where and how deep the water will be during a flood event and how this might change with sea level rise. The maps also identify floodplain setback and FCL requirements. The project before you began in early 2025 with the aim of incorporating the 2021 mapping and modernizing the existing floodplain bylaw. The proposed flood hazard bylaw number 890 applies within the designated floodplain as set out by the mapping and requires that development comply with mapped floodplain setbacks and prescribed FCLs, or seek a site-specific exemption if the floodplain requirements cannot be met. So implementing the results of the coastal flood mapping through regulation required the CVRD to identify how we use this flood risk information to guide land use. Staff followed a risk tolerance approach that allows new development in the known hazard area if it can be effectively flood-proofed, while still allowing renovations and minor upgrades in existing at-risk development. We reviewed best practices, legal advice, and leading research from the insurance and climate research community and provincial and federal governments to develop the risk tolerance approach, which you can see on the screen before you. And it was used to develop this bylaw and reads, if an application substantially increases the life of existing at-risk development in the designated floodplain or introduces new at-risk development in the designated floodplain, it must meet flood-proofing requirements of the flood hazard land use management bylaw, including flood construction level and floodplain setback, or rely on a qualified professional to guarantee the risk is tolerable and minimize both liability to the CVRD and exposure of the community to flood hazards. This approach is supported by the Regional Growth Strategy and the Official Community Plan, which acknowledge the impacts of climate change and provide direction to keep development outside of the flood hazard areas. The new proposed bylaw number 890 would replace the current floodplain bylaw and aims to do the following. Apply flood mitigation requirements where the hazard actually exists, including floodplain setback and FCLs according to the mapping. This means that not every property owner within 100 meters of the sea will need to hire an engineer and go through an exemption process. They will only need to hire a qualified professional engineer if developing in the hazard area. It aims to embed the risk tolerance approach into definitions and regulations to ensure a consistent approach to flood hazard management, making requirements clear for applicants. To clarify definitions and requirements for professional engineer reports, remove outdated clauses and focus on protecting habitable uses while allowing other uses, like small storage buildings, to proceed. This bylaw continues to use the professional reliance model to ensure exposure and liability risks to the CVRD are minimized. And these bylaw changes provide clarity and address gray areas that we have been challenged by in the past.
So with that synopsis, I'll just briefly talk about some of the next steps. First, we'll speak briefly about delegated authority. Under the new clarified bylaw, the outcome of any flood exemption application should yield predictable and consistent decisions. Therefore, staff suggests that these application types could be considered under delegated authority. And delegating approval of these applications to a CVRD officer would really just respond to applicant concerns, as it would cut down processing and approval timelines to ensure projects can move forward without having to adhere to monthly EASC meeting schedules. So staff are bringing forward other amendments to the procedures and fees bylaw in spring 2026. And this update will also include an option for the EASC to consider on delegation of these approvals. Also, the ticketing bylaw will be amended at the next regular update to include contraventions of the flood hazard bylaw as a ticketable offense. So in conclusion, proposed bylaw number 890 integrates a risk tolerance approach to flooding, which seeks to minimize financial impacts to residents and to the CVRD due to projected flood impacts. Through careful management of land use, the proposed bylaw prioritizes long-term affordability, minimizing future public costs associated with siting new development in hazard area, and ensures these new assets are not located in hazard areas unless properly mitigated. This approach uses a professional reliance model to ensure exposure and liability risks to CVRD are minimized and provides clarity and consistency to applicants, QPs, staff, and elected officials in managing flood risks and adapting to climate change impacts in our area. So at this point, Stephanie and myself, as well as Ellen and Robin, are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Director Harbour.
For me, it's yes, yes, and yes. Like, absolutely. I think if I've learned anything the last few years is how technical and complicated some of that work is and the policy evolving around it. So a lot of the time as elected officials, we end up weighing on stuff that you get a 200-page report and, you know, it's not our expertise. I also realized it was good we were doing that for a while because we probably learned after we put our coastal flood map together and all that work was initiated. But it's nice to see this evolve, and I would be quite comfortable with that delegated authority to staff along with the proposed policies that are being suggested. So yeah, I think it's good, and I'm sure we'll still hear from time to time. There will always be some exceptions or people that may not be quite. So it's going to take still probably a decade before we really settle on this. One example I have, because that might be my last comment if this goes forward, but one example I have is I still feel like there's so much work to be done around the erosion part, because right now we're just looking at elevation basically, right? But different places will have totally different risks based on what the underlying material is. And, you know, if you're a sandbank, you know, if I look at the bluffs at Comox and stuff like that, near the base, I'm like, oh, wow. But some places that are totally on bedrock, okay, you'll get flooding, the water might come in, but it's not like the foundation may not be at risk. So there's just so much that's still work we have to do, but hopefully we can just stay at that higher level around supporting the work with the resources we need to detail that, but not be involved in the site-specific decisions. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we first ventured into floodplain mapping and meeting up at the Oyster River Fire Hall. And it caused a big kerfuffle with the property owners up there. We're gonna put our insurance up by doing this. But I know they told a little story, the consultants at that meeting about what happened in France, where some mayor somewhere failed to give duty to warn. And that was the buzzword, duty to warn. So we have duty to warn people that if you're going to build here and the river swells up, that you might just get your feet wet. And as such, it cost the city or whatever millions of francs. But my question would be, are we meeting or exceeding provincial regulations on this? Because quite often I see we always want to be like on the vanguard, leading the charge, always the platinum plated policies. So I'm just wondering, outside of duty to warn, are we actually exceeding what the provincial mandate is for this kind of legislation?
Through the chair to the directors, no, you're meeting it. So you are, this bylaw leans into the professional reliance model so that we're hearing from the experts, as you say, Director Harper, those with expertise in the field. And we feel that this is, bylaw insulates the CBRD from taking on risks. So it's putting it squarely on the professionals who are writing these reports and the property owners. Those were our key interests. You'll also note that Stephanie and Monica flagged that we wanted to release some of the properties that were being swept up in our 100-meter. And perhaps in that instance, you could suggest that we were exceeding. But in this case, we feel like we've captured those folks that are in the hazard area, and it's that development specifically that we're trying to address. You'll also note, Stephanie and Monica flagged that some types of development will not require what was required before. So if we look at the applications that you considered this morning, we had an application for a garage on Driftwood. That one wouldn't be picked up in this case. Now, in that case, just so that you know, we've reached back to all of those owners who had applications in the queue, let them know that this work was coming and said to them, how do you want to proceed? And in that case, they opted in the spirit of timeliness, they wanted to get going. And so that's why they went forward. So we think this puts you in a really good position to be meeting the provincial guidelines, addressing some of the concerns that you've heard from residents who have existing parcels in these areas, and leaning into that professional reliance model.
So it's a bit of a compromise, bit of both. So we're not going to be the overbearing nanny state. And because, at what point do owners bear the responsibility for their own decisions? And of course, we've always got that professional reliance model we can fall back on. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Any comments from the directors on the floodplain? I'm gonna put all my money in gumboot manufacturing, I think. Everybody needs gumboots. Okay, so we're on receipt. No more discussion on receipt. I'll call a question. Anybody opposed receipt? Carries. Moving second on the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call a question on that. Anybody opposed? That carries. And I would suggest we go get a plate of food, and continue on in 25 minutes. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We are on the regional MRTD application update. Report here for receipt presented by 4VI and seconded, and over to CAO for introduction.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa Kilpatrick is our Community Development and Resilience Manager, and Lisa will be introducing this report. And Lisa is joined by two colleagues from 4VI, and I'll let Lisa do those introductions. So Lisa, over to you.
Through the chair to the directors, good afternoon. We are here today to provide you an update on the MRDT application and process. We have presented in the last month to the councils and felt that it was important to come to EAC to provide you with more detail than we have provided the board in December, as well as talk to you about the recommendation that we're putting forward on the, and it's not a recommendation for decision, it's just for discussion and an approach on how the funding from the OAP would be managed. And then tomorrow we will be presenting to the board on more details in terms of the board's particular responsibility around the MRDT. So I will hand it over to Tanya Massa, who's our local tourism development specialist, and Callum Matthews is on Zoom. I don't see him anymore, but he was on there.
Welcome.
Yeah, Callum's on there. Thank you so much for having us here today to provide this update. I just want to say we're grateful to be here today on the traditional and unceded territory of Comox First Nation. And my clicker is not working. Oh, towards you. There it is. Thank you. I'm used to presenting over at the podium. All right, so up first, I'm going to just hand it over to Callum to provide an overview on the MRDT program and process.
All right, thank you so much, Tanya. Hope that my audio's coming through okay on your end. Perfect. And thanks for accommodating my request to be able to share virtually today. I'm battling a little bit of a cold, so it helped being able to have one extra day working from home. So thank you for that. To get things started, just a very brief reminder, the MRDT program, as you're all aware, has been around since the 1980s. It's very well established. It's in place in just about every community in British Columbia and across Vancouver Island. The program allows you to have a MRDT collection rate of either 2 or 3%. Currently, 2% is collected within the boundaries of the city of Courtenay. And that's collected from hotels, motels, resorts, bed and breakfast, short-term rental properties, essentially any fixed roof accommodation structure that is rented on a short-term basis. And the MRDT has to be renewed every 5 years. And we are at a natural renewal point for the city of Courtenay's MRDT renewal and pursuing a broader regional MRDT. Next slide, please, Tanya. The MRDT process is fairly complicated, but in a nutshell, the big focus is on having a strong governance model, which I really believe we do here in the Comox Valley, conducting a significant amount of partner and industry engagement, which we have through this MRDT process, as well as the 10-year strategic planning process that you'll all recall. Next, the big focus is creating a 5-year strategic plan that'll oversee the duration of the MRDT period, as well as a 1-year tactical plan that outlines specific budget commitments for the first year. Once all of that has been completed, we then move to the next phase of the process, which requires us to secure 51% of support from accommodation properties with 4 or more rooms within the regional district. And that number of properties must also reflect 51% or more support of the total accommodation inventory within the regional district. Once we've got all of that taken care of, the final step of the process revolves around seeking letters of support from each one of the incorporated communities, as well as a resolution from the regional district, which will ultimately request the province levies a 3% municipal and regional district tax on behalf of the regional district. We then submit all of that to Destination British Columbia and the Ministry of Finance, and it typically takes 3 to 6 months for everything to be approved. Because the Ministry of Finance and Destination British Columbia are supportive of our regional approach, they've been working with us on how to kind of adjust and meet timelines to ensure that there's no or as little gap in collection of MRDT funds as possible. Once it's all been approved, the Ministry of Finance will notify accommodation providers of the MRDT start date as well as the collection rate and provide support to any operators that may need it around collecting and remitting the funds. Next slide. So the big driving focus here is that Experience Comox Valley has now evolved into a destination management organization rather than just an organization focused on destination marketing and visitor services. Expanding MRDT to be regional, excluding Mount Washington, which has MRDT already, and Hornby Island, is a really logical move that'll create a level playing field for operators, as is moving from 2 to 3%. Our belief is that we can also further strengthen the Experience Comox Valley Advisory Committee to include representation from a greater number of communities, including rural areas, to provide kind of feedback and representation. And through our engagement with operators in rural areas, we're hearing a growing level of excitement to be able to, for them to be even more involved with an Experience Comox Valley. It's important to note that the 5-year plan that Tanya will share some details from shortly is built really on a foundation of the 10-year tourism strategy process, the engagement directly filtered into this MRDT planning process. And you'll also see that the projects identified within the 5-year plan and the 1-year tactical plan are also being directly drawn from that 10-year tourism strategy. Next slide. I believe that a regional approach when it comes to the tourism service as well as MRDT is critical. It creates a level playing field for all fixed roof accommodation properties where everyone is collecting the same tax at the same rate within the regional district. It will help to potentially lower taxation costs for property owners with respect to the tourism service, and the increased funds from moving to 2 to 3% and expanding the MRDT collection boundary will enable Experience Comox Valley to broaden its programs to include destination development, industry training, and destination stewardship initiatives that I think are really critical for the community. I also believe that this regional approach helps to enshrine collaboration across CVRD communities in rural areas. It enables us to leverage funding and secure matching dollars from Destination British Columbia's co-op grant program. It maximizes our opportunity to access revenue to support affordable housing initiatives through a broader collection of online accommodation platform revenue, and it creates many efficiencies in reporting, planning, and project implementation. Next slide.
All right, thanks, Callum. So I'm going to talk a little bit to the 5-year MRDT strategic business plan. This is just an example of some of the business plan targets that are worked into the first 5 years, as well as the 1-year tactical plan, but this is not all of them. So for example, increasing MRDT general revenue as well as visitor yield. So the amount of dollars that visitors spend per trip when they're here in the Comox Valley. And we really want to reach out that shoulder season travel, because we know that the summer is already busy. So really making Comox Valley a true year-round destination and increasing the awareness of direct flight routes into the Comox Valley Airport, which helps connect us to the world. We want to establish a baseline resident sentiment score regarding tourism. So measure through some surveys to find out how residents feel about tourism in the area and what they want to see and how we can best benefit both visitors and residents in all of our communities. Develop and publish educational content pieces that are co-developed with partners. Increase the number of operators that are adopting sustainability platforms and certifications, keeping and maintaining a net promoter score of 65 or higher. So ensuring that customer satisfaction, visitors in our area are satisfied and happy with their trip here. Recruiting and training industry host ambassadors within the first couple of years. So looking at training opportunities and resources for front of house staff to make sure, again, with that customer satisfaction, everybody's having the best experience possible, and we're supporting our hospitality businesses as best we can. Increasing engagement with all of our Experience Comox Valley marketing materials across all platforms. So making sure that our story is being told and being heard, and that we're brand aligned and aligned with the community's values. We want to continue to tell that story through marketing and promotion, as well as providing destination stewardship and destination development tactics that we haven't been able to do to date. So that's what I'm most excited about. The strategies in order to be able to achieve this do include working with partnerships and governance, so continuing to strengthen our collaborative partners, advance reconciliation efforts with Indigenous partners, and ensure that the tourism economy reflects those community values. We do want to focus on economic growth and resilience, but in a balanced way, so creating and cultivating that strong, resilient year-round tourism economy that attracts sustainable investment and, like I said, enhances that shoulder season where we have the capacity to be able to handle more visitors in our communities and at our local assets and accommodations. We want to look at community and quality of life, so enhancing the quality of life for residents, champion inclusivity, accessibility, and supporting our communities to remain exceptional places to both live and visit. Environmental and cultural stewardship is worked into the plan, so implementing regenerative and responsible tourism products and actions that foster that stewardship and cultural preservation. We also want to look at infrastructure and connectivity, so investing in strategic tourism infrastructure that helps connect not only our rural and municipal communities to each other, but also to our neighbors and neighboring communities across the island. We're here to support product and experience development. So again, making sure that we're helping businesses that are looking to implement new tourism products, especially in those shoulder season times, or that reach new markets that we haven't reached before, and really encouraging those exceptional year-round visitor experiences that will continue to draw visitors into our region and allow them to have that amazing experience that we know they're going to have here. Looking at the revenue estimates, so this is based on collections at a 3% rate. And so this would be revenue estimates for 2027. You can see there the total would be just over $1 million for general MRDT revenue, which is the revenue that's collected for accommodations with 4 or more houses. The OAP is that online accommodation platform revenue. So those are accommodations that are listed on Vrbo, Airbnb, Booking.com, and all those other sort of online accommodations. So in total, we're looking at close to 1.4 million as an estimate. This is something that, of course, because we haven't collected across the whole region yet to date, we will have to look at it again after, say, the first quarter, once we have a better idea of the actual dollars that are being collected, and then we can reevaluate our model and our projections and potentially adjust as needed. So looking specifically at the electoral areas, there are 7 eligible accommodations with 4 or more rooms within the electoral areas. So those 4+ rooms, like I said, represent both the general MRDT collection, as well as those are the eligible accommodations that can vote in favor of adopting a regional MRDT from within the electoral regions. So there's 1 in Area A and 6 in Area C. In total, they represent 148 rooms, or 18% of the total rooms across the entire region. So far to date, I have had one-on-one meetings with 5 out of those 7 resorts over the phone with a 6th one, and there's one that I have not yet been able to connect with. We have shared our draft 5-year strategic business plan with them for their review and comment, and had a lot of great discussion with a few of the resorts around that. And we'll continue to have that discussion over the next days and weeks. And we've also been in attendance at the Rural C Mixer and the official community plan mixers. I like to stay in contact with the rural communities as much as I can with the capacity that I have. All right, over to you, Callum, again for our online accommodation platform revenue.
Perfect. Thank you, Tanya. So I know there's been lots of discussion around the online accommodation platform revenue. Again, those are the funds collected from short-term rental properties advertised on platforms like Airbnb and VRBO. Through our engagement to date, it first of all seems really clear to me that we would not secure support required from the accommodation sector for funds other than OAP to be used for affordable housing. We've been kind of in discussion with accommodation partners, and the feeling is that increasing OAP from 2% to 3% and expanding the regional boundaries will create a significant amount of incremental revenue for affordable housing, and that is the approach that industry is in support of at this time. a required component of our application is identifying what will be done with the OAP funds. And we've worked with CAOs to develop this recommended approach that I believe gives the greatest level of flexibility to each area. Ultimately, we would have OAP collected at 3% across the entire planning area that we've referenced earlier. On a monthly basis, OAP revenue would be reported to the regional district by the province. We would then use the AirDNA platform, which would essentially enable us to calculate the exact amount of OAP revenue collected from within each community's boundaries. The regional district would then transfer those OAP revenues back to the community from which it was originally collected from for use for affordable housing projects as determined by each community and as approved by the province within the parameters of the OAP program. So the nice thing about this approach is that it ultimately returns funds to each community that could be used for initiatives that for example, the city of Courtenay already has underway. They could maintain their program. Each community is able to essentially consider what to do with those funds on their own basis. And if there's a desire to collaborate, then funds can be transferred back to a more collaborative regional initiative. At the time, that we're at right now in this MRDT application process, this really does provide the highest level of flexibility and enables each community and the regional district to decide what exactly it will do with the OAP revenues from a tactical perspective in the future once councils and the regional district has had an opportunity to consider what their options might be in more detail. So this protects the funds, returns them to the place that they were collected, and provides a lot of flexibility while meeting the province's requirements. Next slide, Tanya. So to wrap things up, the kind of final steps of our process is that we've shared out the 5-year plan and tactical plan with local tourism businesses, local governments, and other partners across the region. Tanya, she mentioned already, is really focused right now on engagement with accommodation providers with the goal of collecting the signatures required from eligible voting properties in order for us to meet the 51% threshold. Once we've secured the required threshold from accommodation providers in support of the 5-year plan and tactical plan, we'll return to municipal councils in March, provide a report on the status of signature collectors and the number that we've been able to secure. And we will be seeking a resolution from each council to provide a letter in support of the regional district's MRDT application. Once we have those 3 resolutions secured, along with the votes from the voting properties, we will then seek to secure a resolution from the regional district before submitting all of the required documentation to the province of British Columbia, where it will eventually be passed by cabinet, and our new broadened MRDT at a 3% tax rate will be launched. So that does it for our presentation overview today. A little bit of a recap of some things you've learned previously, but hopefully that shares a solid update on where the project is sitting right now and gives you a sense of what to expect for next steps. Thanks for the opportunity to present, and we're of course happy to answer any questions if appropriate. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, folks. Very enlightening. A couple of questions from directors. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. Overall, the orientation is looking pretty good on the programmatic side and serving the destination management, destination promotion component. But I'm quite lukewarm on what I heard today. And one of your last slide didn't speak about the EA directors. You said you're going to seek consent from the councils. So I just would like to understand how it works in the EASC context, whether it's individual director or whether it's a 2/3 vote of the ASC to authorize this. Do you have that information?
What I can speak to is in terms of, and then maybe Lisa could add a little bit more info if helpful. So in terms for us to submit a successful application, we're required to demonstrate engagement with industry, the 51% support from voting properties. We then require the letter of support from each one of the incorporated communities that are within the area. And finally, a resolution from the regional district board as a whole. So there would not be a specific component, to my knowledge, relating to the electoral areas.
Wow. That's kind of insane.
Now you've done it.
If I can, sorry, just building on Callum's comments there, I think those are the comments that are, or that is the process to follow, given the MRDT structure, that provincial structure that we have. And because there's no decision being made here today, this was really just an update. We're looking for feedback and questions, and to be able to provide the EASC with the information you need to have, and the board going forward. And so that is very much a piece we need to be really clear on, and we'll have that clarity. But yeah, just reflecting on Callum's comments, that's really around that structure for the MRDT and that provincial structure that they follow.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if we can go back to that slide that had expected revenues from town of Comox, City of Courtney, Village of Cumberland. There we go, thanks. So yeah, I was just kind of we're looking at total revenues of $325,000 from the Electoral Area Services Committee. And going back to Director Arbor's question, because that was a question I was going to ask with regards to the 51% approval from the hotelers, but also approval from local governments. And I was wondering where East sat in with regards to that local government approval process. And if I'm understanding correctly from the response that we heard back, was that East's vote doesn't really matter. It really kind of revolves around municipal governments. But yet, when we look at the revenue estimates that are being brought in, it's the Electoral Area Services Committee that's generating a significant amount of revenue there. So I'm just kind of wondering, from that governance perspective, I guess, at the end of it all, where does East sit and where it should be sitting moving forward? Thanks.
I think I can offer two points on that. One is that the funds being proposed there, the potential revenue that would be generated, it is from the traveling public. It's not from the EASC specifically or through the tourism service specifically. And I think because the province works with multiple regional districts and municipalities, it doesn't have the same kind of direct line of sight to the CVRD's Electoral Area Services Committee as a governance structure. And so it is looking at the regional districts and the municipalities as being those incorporated entities. But of course, we have a Service 550 tourism service here. And so that's part of what we have to analyze and really be clear on when we get to decision making.
So nothing about us without us. We're talking about 24% of the pie with you guys out there in the rural areas. Director Arbor.
Yeah, that is quite annoying. But I also understand that that's how things go sometimes. And that's outside the control of TVI or ourselves. But I'm striking on 3 here. I mean, so basically what I'm hearing is we could get to the board and the 7 of them vote in favor and it proceeds even if all 3 of us were opposed. That's just wrong. And I have concerns with the setup because at the last meeting I did ask around going beyond OAP revenue for housing. So if I look at Hornby, I think 60% of the revenue is going to go to housing initiatives. And in this case, it's about 20% or so. So a third. And it's all OAP, which as enforcement rules come in, those revenues should diminish over time, which were the same points I made before, because most of our jurisdictions actually do not allow sort of vacation rental type. So this is really difficult. I also happen to know that in my area, I've been told 5 times by the hotelier that they are not interested in this program and do not see the value. So it's a strikeout on all accounts for me. No vote, not enough to housing, and a non-supportive fixed roof accommodation that gets a vote on this, who will get outvoted probably. So it's just bad. It's not. I was excited about this initiative, but it's hard to maintain my enthusiasm when I just look at the facts.
And if I may provide some comment on that, Director Arbor, I understand your perspective with respect to general MRDT supporting affordable housing, and totally respect your opinion and belief on that side of things. I think the difference, having worked on the Hornby Island project for several years with HiSeek, is that there was a strong level of support from the accommodation sector with regards to general MRDT going towards affordable housing, workforce housing in particular, uses. That was the primary number one issue that was raised during our engagement session with the industry on Hornby. Unfortunately, in the context of the Comox Valley, that is not the primary focus area for those voting properties and other businesses that we've engaged. I really view my role in the project as trying to maneuver this and balance different perspectives and needs to get us to a positive outcome. And I believe that the most positive outcome that we can get through this process is securing 3%, broadening the tax to be regional. That will, generate over 300,000 in OAP revenue across the regional district that wouldn't be available otherwise. And I think that's a very good thing. And it will also enable Experience Comox Valley to take a broader mandate as a destination organization, like its peers across the province, that is essential to providing service to tourism operators, while also ensuring that we're able to balance that alongside community perspectives and environmental needs and action the 10-year plan that we developed. I think the one, other comment is that I've never been a part of an MRDT process, and I've done probably 15 or 16 now, where every accommodation property is in support. And I understand the perspective that, the accommodation property in your electoral area brings. But I think that if we were to have every property in the regional district take that same approach, it would have a really negative impact on the Comox Valley as a community. And I think the reality is that what I often see is when MRDT boundaries are expanded and new properties are brought into the fold, over time, they see the value of the program and the benefits that it has to driving room rate and occupancy for their properties. And I typically see an increase in the level of support for MRDT for a new area when we repeat a renewal process 5 years later. And it's very much my hope that if we're successful with this, we'll be able to demonstrate the value of the MRDT program and Experience Comox Valley to all operators across the regional district, and anticipate that when we renew this in 5 years, we'll see an even higher level of support. So yeah, just a few thoughts to share there. Thank you.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, I think you're doing a splendid job trying to bring this forward and reconcile the various interests that are out there. But I just have a very difficult pathway on my end to get there. And I mean, the feedback from the last meeting basically is industry is not bulging. Like they think 30% and they don't want to contribute from the hotels towards affordable housing. For me, it's one of my personal key drivers around this initiative at a time where, as I say, the hoteliers and maybe some others might say, well, why are we doing this? Right. So the 325 from the areas, as Dr. Hardy says, is not insignificant. And then the other part too is that the housing money is getting scattered. It's getting scattered back to everybody. Where I was doing a push, now I realize at the board, I didn't get a lot of board support, so on that notion, but I was pushing for the funds to go to the housing authority that we're just establishing. But right now the funds will go back to Comox, to Courtney, to everybody. And it's just totally a fragmented approach at a time where we're creating a great regional vehicle. So another strikeout for me. It's just like this plan is just full of strikeouts. So I'm really struggling to see how, but maybe my opinion doesn't matter because it won't matter. Because it'll go to the board, and apparently you don't need my signature to proceed or anything like that. So we're just talking for no reason today in a way. Like I'm basically told this is the plan, and you might just have to accept it in the end if the board votes in favor of it. It's not a great place to be. It's not a very positive place to be.
Tanya, you want to chime in?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, just made a note that on our Tourism Advisory Committee, we do have an Airbnb property from Electoral Area A. And the Tourism Advisory Committee is in favor and sees the benefit of a regional MRDT and the regional approach. So I just wanted to make that note too, that we do have our advisory committee and a voice on there, even though the Airbnbs don't get a vote per se. That's someone who sits on our tourism advisory committee from the Bain Sound electoral area.
Okay. So, being in the electoral areas, we should be used to supporting programs and facilities in the city of Courtney always. So it's not really much of a deviation. It's just we don't even get a cursory vote on it. Well, it will be a service of the Comox Valley. What function is this then? This would be so there's always an opportunity to opt out. No, but if it's a service, you can opt out of the service. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, ask not what your country can do for you. So any other questions, directors? We thank them very much for their information. Director Arbor.
Well, you open Pandora's box now because, Comox is not part of the tourism service, the town of Comox. So what are we doing? Thank you, Dr. Grady, for that comment, because you're right, there is an option, then kind of a nuclear option. That's in it. I'm not going to comment today because I haven't processed that yet, but yeah, that's a good point.
Well, $1,373, it's probably more than we gave ECDEV back in the day. Just saying. So, Lisa, you want to say something? Thank you.
Through the chair to the director, I just wanted to address the workforce housing piece, and that is that the strategic plan that the board has approved is driving all of this, and the input into that strategic plan came from businesses, tourism businesses from throughout the whole region, including the rural areas. And one of the actions in there is to do a workforce accommodation study to understand what the needs are there. So as Kellen said, this is a 5-year plan, and in 5 years, it needs to be renewed. And so all of these pieces and the use of the general MRDT2 housing can be examined and based on that study that we'll be doing on workforce housing. So that is a first step to identifying that. I think the other piece is just again to be clear that the 1.3 million in revenue is from the tourists. So it is money right now that outside of Courtney that is being left on the table that's not coming to the area. So this is, one could look at this like a grant, when we choose not to go for a grant that's available for the community. So that, just another angle that if we choose not to, or the board chooses not to move forward, this is revenue that other areas are collecting through MRDT programs that we would not be.
Thank you. Director Harbour?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a grant. Some people would call it a tariff. So, yeah, no, I think we're all cognizant that this is not money that's coming out of the regional district and is paid by the customers of hotels. And like, I think we understand the fundamentals of this proposal. I think the issues lie elsewhere. And I mean, we can have further discussions, and I'll probably try to connect with the hotelier in Area A to talk a little more about this. I do believe in the spirit of regional collaboration, but it just feels like it's many of the elements that I was excited about are quite diluted or inexistent. So it's difficult. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be a firm no. And again, when this goes to the board tomorrow night, we'll see how the others feel about this issue. It might be that we find that some municipalities also have. I didn't look at the presentations that you did at council, but I'm sure the council provided some feedback, and maybe as colleagues will come back at this table as CVRD board around more of a shared spirit, or some of the councillors may have similar views as us. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow night, right? So we'll continue the discussion tomorrow night.
My understanding is Comox was narrowly in favor of it. Not unanimous by any chance, but there was.
So I'll just ask Lisa to correct that. The decision at the Town of Comox Council last Wednesday, if you can just elaborate on what that decision was to be correct on the record.
You there? Okay.
To the director. So the decision that Comox Council made last Wednesday was to continue to participate in the service through a fee-for-service agreement in 2027. So they have not made a decision on the MRDT at this point.
So there you go. One last word. Don't say the T word anymore.
Yeah, and I just want to say, because obviously my comments are not super also fun for our team here, but I do want to say I'm really glad that Comox stayed with TVI, and I the comments I make have absolutely nothing to do with TVI. I think we're super well served by your work. I love everything that you've done, the strategic plan, and I also understand the piece that MRDT can play in the longer term around this. So I'm not gonna make a light decision out of all this at the end of the day. So I just want to show my appreciation for the team, for the good work they're doing, and trying to wrangle all of us cats around this specific initiative.
If I can just add one more piece to it. I think that's the sentiment in which we brought this report to the committee here today, and I think also why it has gone to the councils is that there's real regional opportunity here. Real Comox Valley-wide opportunity here, in the sense that an MRTP provides additional funding and can really bring resources together, bring ideas together, be driven from the tourism industry, the Tourism Advisory Committee, which is made up of representatives from across the valley. And there's a lot of good positive outcome from something like this. Admittedly, there's some structural challenges in the way the system is set up in terms of the approval process, I suppose. But that was partly why I wanted to bring it here today as well, is to get a sense of what are some of those questions we need to be mindful of and be able to answer. Tomorrow night at the board, I think the presentation is fairly similar to what you've seen today. It's, again, not a decision to be made. It's really about reminding the board on the process and, again, collecting any additional information that's needed. But I think as you've seen from some of the material that Callum and Tanya are presenting, there's real opportunity here for a valley-wide a program that will provide great benefit to the industry and destination management.
I think Director Hardy has something to say. Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Again, just trying to fully understand the voting process with regards to hoteliers requiring 51% approval by the hoteliers within the whole entire Comox Valley. So again, if we have hoteliers in area A or C. And their hotels are saying, no, we don't want to be involved in this process. And it goes to vote with the CVRD board. And the CVRD board says, yes, we're in favor of this process. Where does that leave the hoteliers in area A and area C? Are they put into that process irregardless of them not wanting to be involved in it? I'm just wanting clarification on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I can provide clarification on that. So we do need to have 51% of properties with 4 rooms or more representing 51% of total room inventory of the entire regional district, rather than on a by community or by electoral area basis. But we are happy to provide the reporting for the level of support on a by community and by electoral area basis if that would be desired. We've had generally very positive conversations with properties, and at this point, we're confident that we'll have the level of support that we need, with the only exception being Area A.
Director Arbour?
Yeah, thanks. I did say I had my last comment earlier, but here I am again. So on the housing front, I just wanted to add a little bit more words to what I said around the housing authority. And I think it would be a huge boost to place those funds there regionally. That could actually tip me over in this issue, because the housing authority, I'm sure, will work on workforce housing. And to have industry support this would be a huge boost in an initiative that's probably at risk following the next election. We need to show some leverage. We need to show some buy-in. And I think that contributing the funds regionally, which I realize I'm speaking to nobody right now, because I guess to Dr. Grieve and Dr. Hardy, I am, but I mean, the municipal councillors will be very important in that, because if all the CEOs and councillors are saying, no, we just want our share of the pie on the housing front and do whatever we want with it, that's not a regional approach. So then we have a regional approach on tourism, but we don't on housing. And I was elected on a housing platform, and that's what I intend to deliver for residents. And we have a great new vehicle to do that. So that's my feedback maybe to industry people, to realize that there's more at play here, and that they're putting a bit at risk differently with me. And, basically saying, and also to the councils, basically to everybody. That was my statement. Thanks.
And if I may, the recommended approach that we had with respect to the OAP funds of kind of setting it up to be returned to each community was essentially, it does maintain that option of regional collaboration. And that's something that we've been discussing throughout this process. In the context of our renewal timelines and kind of the deadline to get this submitted, having kind of the recommended approach that I provided an overview of today provides the greatest level of flexibility. So if, the regional district and incorporated communities choose to use those funds for a regional housing initiative, that would be absolutely permitted within the recommended approach that I covered today. So it ultimately creates space, our recommended approach, for that decision to be made in the future.
Okay, well, thanks very much, Colin and Tanya. Been a great discussion, and it's only for receipt. So I'm going to call it a question on receipt. Anybody opposed to receipt? And that carries. Thank you. We go to the Saratoga Beach local area plan process. It's been grinding along now for 10 years. I think they're telling me they're going to get it all done before the election. Okay, let's hear about it.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's call it, well, first of all, let's get a motion on receipt. I'll move it. Second. And then over to CEO for introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Chow is our Planner 2 Long Range, and Robin Holm, Manager of Long Range Planning and Sustainability. And Brian and Robin have a presentation here on the local area plan for Saratoga Beach and some progress updates. Brian, over to you.
Okay, so
Welcome,
thank
Brian.
you. Okay, thank you, James, through the CEO to the chair and directors. This is a progress update on the Saratoga Beach Local Area Plan and the 2026 Work Plan. This local area plan will provide place-specific policy direction for the settlement node over a 5 to 10-year horizon. Today's presentation is for information only. Why does this matter? Well, the Saratoga Beach is identified as a settlement node under the RGS and the Rural Comox Valley OCP. This means that it's the primary location where context-sensitive growth may be considered in Electoral Area C. A local area plan provides the detailed policy framework needed to guide how change may occur and under what conditions. This latest project started in 2025, and we have conducted two major tasks. First, we had a technical review of policy, zoning, infrastructure, and environmental conditions to identify constraints. Second, we have engagement with with 358 survey responses, an open house with over 100 attendees, neighborhood association meeting, and a business and development focus group. In July of last year, we presented the What We Heard report, and the information from the report was clear. Residents prioritize environmental protection, beach access, parks and trails, and rural character. 46% said the current density pattern is sufficient. Where change was supported, it was modest, typically secondary suites and carriage houses. A smaller group, being business and development participants, supported limited density near services. This divergence frames the policy choices ahead. The engagement that we conducted revealed a clear misalignment. Community feedback favors limited change, yet Saratoga Beach is identified as a settlement node per the OCP and RGS where growth is anticipated. The technical scan also showed that core constraints are not fully defined. Carrying capacity is unclear, particularly around septic performance, groundwater, drainage hazards, and servicing limits. So before development policy, we need clarity on what is feasible on the ground. So we have begun targeted foundational studies are now underway to intend to provide that clarity. So the studies include to close this gap, staff are advancing targeted short foundational studies. They focus on clarifying and confirming the carrying capacity and risk. They help to clarify where changes may be feasible, where constraints are binding, where trade-offs are real. This work does not predetermine outcomes or commit the regional district to infrastructure investment. It ensures that the draft plan being developed is grounded in evidence. Here's the proposed timeline. The remaining work for this plan is grouped into 3 phases. From now till April, which is phase 1, we're working on foundational inputs and developing the plan with inputs in place. Phase 2 prepares and releases the draft plan for the public review and informal referrals to agencies and ministries. Phase 3 advances the bylaw through the readings, statutory referrals, and public hearing. Staff are launching, and we're working towards a firm deadline, which is have this plan adopted before the October 17th local government election. The next steps are that, in summary, this project is on track. We have completed initial engagement and identified a need for further studies. We're now closing the technical gaps needed for sound policy development. The proposed 2026 work plan focuses on integration, public review, and legislative completion within this term, subject to statutory requirements. Now concluding the presentation, and I, along with my managers, Robin and Alana, are happy to answer any questions that the committee members may have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments? Well, I think that the big issue is probably in this particular site is what to do with rainwater. I think there's been a couple of projects that potentially in their day, I think the first referendum on the sewer was what, 2004, 2005. But I really do believe that that ship has sailed. As far as a public septic system goes, the prohibitive price and the fact we are not in a very good investment climate right now for any partners. I think that I understand we're talking about working with an engineering firm around looking into some kind of a public system or the feasibility of it. I would think that that's, probably a bridge too far. I don't think it's a non-starter as far as I can see. I think we have to. That's why I keep always going back to our on-site septic management, the function that doesn't function. We've got a couple of months before the end of the term, so I don't want to see this be like a slam bam because there's no easy answers to this. We talk about working with MOTI, and we all know that report went to MOTI in 2019, and we're still waiting for a response. So it's disingenuous to think that the province is going to be too helpful on this issue. So I guess all we can do is a lot of baseline work. We have a lot of wetlands there, as you know, that I guess should be preserved, and maybe there's some solution there, but I mean it's way beyond our pay scale. We can't be building a storm sewer for Saratoga Beach. So I don't know if there's an easy answer. I know that a lot of the outreach we did, we heard a lot of the stuff we heard were from people that are, in their retirement years, 55 and over, 60 and over. They don't want anybody moving there. They don't want any tourism. They don't want any commercial development. They don't want any economic development. Well, these things happen. It's like John Lennon said, that it happened while we're busy making other plans, these things happen. So, I don't think that the pressure's on us. Like it maybe at one time it was, maybe 10 years ago, there was a bit of pressure to do some development. Right now, it's not there. We heard from the resort community loud and clear that their hands are tied because they're all in the floodplain. So if their resort burns down, they're not going to be able to build another one. They're very difficult. We talked about what do we call it? Organized retreat, where we retreat back to the other side of Clarkson, and that becomes the tourism center. That sea levels rise. So it's, yeah. I did read the first reports. I did have a coffee with Nancy to see what her take was on the whole thing, because she did the first report for urban systems. And, I just don't know. I mean, I guess we're fulfilling a promise to the community for sure, but, I hope they're not expecting too much in the way of deliverable outcomes. I think if we can get some of the baseline work done around, they talk about protection of the national environment and the character of the community, and everybody's all for that. I don't see any complication there. I think everybody agrees, but I'm meeting with James tomorrow, and we'll kick this around a little bit. I like I say, there's no easy answers for either the septic issue, and you can see it's much like Union Bay in that it's right there by the water. We know that from that 2019 report that we got, over half the test wells showed unacceptable levels of E. coli and fecal coliform. So it's an ongoing issue. If we leave it long enough, then it'll be much like, I think, what happened in Union Bay, where people will start putting in their own modern systems. So I guess that's the future. But yeah, no, a lot of work. 11 years now, I think, since we started this project. So like I say, we'll forge ahead and see what comes out of it. But I wouldn't want staff to go down too many blind alleys on this one. You know, when you start talking about public sewer system, I mean, that's so pie in the sky in this day and age. So then we look at what be the simple, easy, non-complicated ways of getting there from here. So I don't know if any other directors want to chime in, but yeah, I mean, it's as you can see, I mean, it's you just have to go and visit the area and you realize, you know, what a fantastic foreshore we got there. And, you know, I think I told a story a few years ago about going to visit a family that I know from Peace River, Alberta, and they were renting one of the resorts on the beach, and they had all the kids there, and they're running around and on the beaches and the beautiful coast mountains in the background. It's like paradise, you know. It's fantastic. We don't want to, you know, pollute paradise. We don't want to sully the place. So I think, you know, we'll come out, I guess, with some direction, some, you know, some of the preliminary work that needs to be done if anything's ever gonna go ahead on it. And I do believe it's all about rainwater management. So anyway, just for receipt, thank you for the update. So we got receipt, right? Yeah, so I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Carries. Zero carbon step code phase adoption report from February 16th.
Yeah, John Cockford is our manager of building inspection services, and John will be introducing this report on the zero carbon step code. Over to you, John.
Sam, we got it. Good afternoon through the CAO to the chair and directors. This report I'm presenting is recommending a phased adoption of the zero carbon step code, starting with EL2 in spring 2026 and moving to EL3 in January 2027. The zero carbon step code is part of the BC Building Code framework that focuses on lowering operational carbon emissions in new buildings. The province has indicated all new buildings will be required to be zero carbon by 2030. The phased approach balances climate action with industry readiness, allowing projects in design to continue smoothly. Most local builders are already exceeding minimum carbon requirements, so this transition is feasible. Pre-construction energy reports show many builds exceed minimum carbon requirements. This recommendation aligns with the recently approved CVRD Regional Climate Action Strategy. So on this slide, I provided some building permit stats for 2025. So of the 85 building permits for new dwelling units, 75 used electricity for heat and hot water, which made up 87%. 11 had natural gas for heat or hot water, so their hot water heating or their primary heat source, which would still be permitted in EL2. 34 had permits for natural gas or propane with technical safety BC. And so the remainder had permits with technical safety BC for appliances such as cooking, barbecue boxes, natural gas or propane fireplace, which would still be permitted under EL4. The benefits of a phased approach is it would balance the need for immediate climate action with the practical consideration of the local building industry. It would provide time for builders and developers who are less experienced with high performance buildings to gain necessary skills and capacity.
It would allow staff to support community education about the zero carbon step code and respond to potential concerns. Staff will prepare a communication plan, including education sessions in conjunction with other updates to the Comox Valley Regional District's building bylaw and a question and answer page on our website. Staff recommend a phased approach to the zero carbon step code with EL2 in spring 2026 and EL3 in January 2027. And I can take any questions.
Thank you very much, John. And over to Daniel.
Yeah, thanks. I would love to know who the acting chief administrative officer is. It says at the top of the slide, recommendation from the acting chief administration officer. So we'll probably take the recommendation from the chief administrative officer. That's what I look for consistency in
He's
the actual
taking acting
report.
lessons right now.
Yeah. He was once an acting chief CEO, but anyways, yeah, no, this seems good, and I love the pace of it, to kind of follow along with the province and also with our building folks, realizing that our building folks like is pretty diverse in the rural areas, and so I think that's a good approach. And it was interesting also. Thank you again for the stats. I always appreciate when you give us a little bit of background on what's been built, and 11 with natural gas out of 85. So we're already trending that way. It's quite clear. And it's interesting because I was kind of stunned when Fortis brought down the gas line towards Union Bay and stuff like there. I was like, whoa, why are they still investing into greenfield development when the whole world is actually moving that way? I was talking to Karen Ross. Sorry, I'm going on a bit of thing, Dr. Grieve, but Karen Ross from Hornby is actually in China right now, and she's there for a month, and they've almost completed their transition. She says like it's all electric car, everything is being electrified in Beijing, everything in this massive city, everything, right? It's just like where North America is the only place that is behind on a worldwide trend around doing the right thing and doing a thing that actually makes people more comfortable in their homes. So anyways, don't want to go too long on this one, but I'm just really happy with, as Director Graves said as well earlier, like not being at the bleeding edge of it, but we're just pacing with it. That's great. And then I did have one question because I was going to ask it at budget, which is unrelated to this, if I may, Chair. Are you going to come back with our building permits survey results? Like well, okay, that's good because I'm definitely looking forward to that as well. But yeah, this level of stats and also the rationale is really sound to me. So I'll pass it back to the Chair.
I'll see if if Director Hardy has any comments. Okay, well, obviously, I have to take a slightly different viewpoint than Director Arbor. Obviously, things like heat pumps are amazing. They really do work fantastically well, and they don't cost as much, at least yet, because they do run electricity. I always think that when you talk about gas lines, I think eventually in the not too distant future, there'll be either RNG or some kind of synth gas will run through there. It won't be just stuff fracked out of the rocks in Alberta. So it's another avenue of getting energy to the people. It's just that the stuff that's in it right now is inappropriate. But my question is, it didn't mention this, wood stoves. If we're talking about electrification as the primary source of heat, are we still going to be allowing wood stoves for secondary or emergency?
Yeah, wood stoves are still permitted as a secondary heat source or decorative.
Yeah.
They're not just going back to your question about heat pumps, in the building code, there's now a cooling requirement. So all new buildings need to meet a cooling requirement. So you're seeing pretty much every new building have a heat pump. Under EL4 of the zero carbon step code, you'd still be permitted wood fireplace or wood stove.
Yeah, because I think it's ironic that we allow the forest companies to let the biomass degrade into methane out there on the hills, but we're so concentrated on chasing CO2 molecules down here in the valley. And we know that methane is 27 times, 28% times worse than CO2. I can't help but think, though, looking to the future, I can't help but think that with the enormous appetite for electricity that's going to occur in the next very few years with AI and all that, that if this isn't a bit of a Trojan horse, because we've got people saddled into electricity, and the next thing is the prices are going to be doubling and tripling. So, you know, it sounds like a really good plan right now, but we're going to be in a much different world in 10 years' time. So, and I don't see, you know, BC Hydro building nuclear power plants anytime soon. So, you know, I'm just heartened to know that something as basic as being able to cut down an alder tree in your backyard and burn it is still something that would be permitted even under the step code 4. So, because anyway, I know that's not the typical stance of this board. So we're just going to receive this for now. Oh, you want to say something, Director? You don't think so? You don't want to we don't want to belabor it. But I do think that the day of reckoning is coming there. So it's going to be a little different than we're envisioning it right now. So that brings us to receipt. Any more discussion on receipt? Call a question. Anybody opposed? That carries. Move the second on the recommendation. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Carries. Maris Nature Park for receipt. We gonna get those stairs built or what? Over to Mark.
Thanks, Chair. Mark Hart, our Parks Planner, will be introducing this report on the Maris Nature Park Management Planning. Mark, over to you.
Yep, to the committee through the chair, thank you. This report is to provide the committee with an update on the Maris Nature Park Management Planning process and next steps. As you know, Maris Nature Park was established through 2 ecological gift program land donations. The park is 44.5 acres in size and features nearly 1 kilometer of ocean frontage. Management planning for the park began in 2022 with initial work including baseline information gathering and analysis, and in 2025, public engagement. Staff presented this committee in 2025 a draft vision and goals for the park. And again, in October 2025, presented that vision and goals to Comox First Nation Chief and Council for their consideration. Chief and Council expressed an interest in the plan and the park, given its proximity to treaty settlement lands and its location within the Cultural Heritage Investigation Permit area. Next steps will be for staff to draft a management plan based on an updated vision and goals, and to distribute that plan to key partners for review and feedback. With that feedback incorporated, this committee will see an updated draft of the plan and have an opportunity to review and feedback on the plan and ultimately, hopefully, approve it. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Director Hardy has a question.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Just a quick question regarding the zoning fronting the park with regards to water. and whether that falls under the CVRD, the province of BC, or Canada. The reason I ask is because of what's transpired down in Union Bay with ship breaking. So who's got the authority and jurisdiction for the water fronting the park there? Thanks.
Let's go Lan and Malawi to jump in there and speak to the zoning to the question.
Sure. Thanks very much. So the province has jurisdiction over the bed, and the CVRD has jurisdiction over the surface of the water. So we can zone the surface and we can zone above the natural boundary landward.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We're good? So I have a question, Mark. I think I did ask this, that we were going to receive a substantial grant from the donors of the park towards some of the amenities in the park. So as last time I checked, it's still a go. There's still, it was time sensitive, but I think, am I incorrect in assuming that we were still applying or still getting that grant from the owners, previous owners?
Thank you to the chair and the committee. My latest communication with the donor was at around Christmas time, and their Christmas card to me mentioned a set of stairs.
Oh, good.
Which would be quite a nice Christmas gift.
Okay, well, we can put a plaque and dedicate it to them. Sounds good. Well, this is definitely an amazing gift. And, you know, it's a legacy piece for sure. I mean, how many stretches of undeveloped foreshore is there along the east coast of Vancouver Island, well, especially the southern Vancouver Island? So fantastic. Okay, so we're on receipt. Oh, one more quick question. Sorry, Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. And excuse me for my ignorance, but with regards to the Maris Nature Park, it's zoned, or what's its current zoning right now as a park? Like, have we dealt with that component already? Like, there's a bylaw in place with regards to what you can do and what you can't do on the park?
Yeah, to the committee through the chair, the zoning for the land on which the park sits is RU20. So everything that we would plan in terms of park management would be compliant with the existing zoning bylaw.
Okay. Brings us to receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. 13, Arts and Culture Service Agreement report for receipt. Moving second on receipt and speaking to this.
Thank you, Chair. Doug DeMarzo, General Manager of Community Services, will cover off this report for us. Doug.
He's a stand-up guy. He's going to stand up. There we go.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is looking at 3-year agreements for both Pearl Ellis Gallery and the HCMS Archive and Museum. On December 3rd, this EASC elected us to go back and look at entering into 3-year agreements with both of these organizations. So in essence, one is for up to $31,200 for Pearl Ellis, and the other is $27,000. I just want to make a note that this is usually a little bit higher than we paid Pearl Ellison based on their application in the past, but still the recommendation or table looks at funding those to that based on the December 3rd meeting. Of course, entering in agreements has many benefits around financial stability, risk mitigation, accountability, and goal alignment with our plans. So there is one piece here that HCMS may not be able to sign the 3-year agreement this year based on some of the criteria in our agreements, but we'll work towards doing that the next year. So the recommendation also includes a one-time annual amount similar to the other ones for the $8,000 we were seeking this year. The recommendations in front of you. If you have any questions.
Any questions? It's a 3-year guaranteed income for the small stipends for the operations, I guess, of the HMCS archive, or the Alberni Project HMCS archives. And it fits with all our arts and culture criteria. So we're on receipt. Call a question on receipt. Anybody opposed? Carried. And recommendation? Move a second on recommendation. Any discussion on that? I'll call a question on the recommendation. Anybody opposed? That carries. Now the moment you've all been waiting for, the ESC 2026 financial plan follow-up. Second.
Thanks, Chair. Lucy Wichark, our Chief Financial Officer, will be introducing this report. And Kelly Broughton and Mark Harrison are available for any questions that might be asked. So Lucy, over to you.
Thank you. We do have a PowerPoint that's attached to the agenda. Lisa, if you wouldn't mind just using that one, that would be great. It's in there as an attachment. Thank you. So thank you. Good afternoon through the CAO and the chair to directors. Staff are returning to the board as requested with additional follow-up information, and this as related to EASC budget deliberation held last during the week of February 9th. Next slide, please, Lisa. Oh, I suppose I could do that myself. Thank you. Well, there are other 2026 budget related items on today's agenda. I'm going to speak to 3 specific items coming from February 11th. As listed on the slide. For Service 500 planning, staff were asked to bring forward additional information related to project work and opportunities to reduce taxation. This item is dealt with under a separate staff report, which will follow this one. For Service 362, Devon Island garbage collection, this is a quick item. Staff just needed to confirm the contracted amount. Service 620, Hornby Island Community Parks and Greenway, staff were asked to review the proposed budget for improvements to the service's sustainability and reduce taxation if possible. Okay, so as I mentioned for Devon, staff have confirmed the contract amount and found it to be $6,500 less than what was budgeted, therefore asking EAC to endorse this resolution. So I'll pause after each one of them. And as is typical, we have the resolution up on the slide for you. So if directors are good with this, if you want to proceed with this resolution, or is that okay, Lisa, or would you like to do it in a different way?
We're just on receipt at this point, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I'll continue and then we'll come back to resolutions. That's okay. Okay, thank you for that. So next, as related to Service 620, staff reviewed the capital plan with an eye to projects that could be moved outside of the first 5 years to allow for some relief. Mark Harrison is here to speak to the 5-year and the long-term capital plan, and Kelly will speak to the staff recommended changes to the budget.
Mark?
Thank you through the chair to the directors. So taking the input that we heard through the budget planning process, we looked at ways that we could revisit the capital plan. So one of those was in 2027, and then I believe in 2032, we had pieces that were related to public safety. So that was improving the Summit Trail, and the other one was improving the helipads. And so we're proposing that we eliminate the capital associated with that. But in 2027, we put, I believe, $15,000 into professional fees that will help us with grant writing to look for money to support that. So we'd work with emergency management on a grant to try to find money to do those works. And then there was a discussion about the roadside trail expansion and looking to move that away to more of a grant application. So we've pushed that over to 2029. We have 40,000 there to support our grant application. But the grant application would be an AT grant. So we would still need to have some sort of capital contribution from us. We're projecting that probably could be in around an $800,000 project. So we've left the 300,000. If you can go to the next slide. we've left that 300,000 in the budget, but pushed it into year 7 rather than in year 4, which kind of helps with the budgeting and the sustainability of the service. And then we've also pushed upgrades to Mount Jeffrey. We've pushed that a couple of years. That should have been 50,000. So it was originally budgeted as 50,000 in 2032, and we pushed that to 2034. So in this way, we've reduced the requisition and kept the kind of capital plan as envisioned, but reduced the costs. So over to you, Lucy.
Thank you, through the chair. So because of the changes that we were able to do to the capital plan by moving some of the years around, we were able to temper some of the reserve contributions that we were planning on making. And with those, along with bringing in the 2025 projected surplus amount, we were able to drop the requisition, don't want to say substantially, but significantly for each of the years across all 5 years of the plan. So it's gone down from 38% as we had it showing in the proposed budget down to 25%. It still doesn't help address any of the one-time funding issues that we're using though with the surplus and reserve transfers from reserve into operating. Because in 2027, we still do have a projected 15% increase between 2026 and 2027. So the only other change of note was there is in the contracted and general services where we brought in some money into minor capital for the changes that Mark mentioned around the Mount Jeffrey Park. And so that is pretty much it for the 625 capital plan and operating plan.
Okay, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks for these adjustments and you know how we were talking about feedback to severity on the budget process, the stuff that comes formally through us, which is not a huge amount, but you actually made Facebook news on Hornby with the park budget. Actually, a lot of people latched onto it and there was a full post on the planned increases over the next few years. And residents were asking, is it because we don't have the committee anymore in charge of it and severity is charging a lot more? But I went on and I said, actually, first of all, at the last meeting, we asked for some adjustments. And it's just, it's a small service area and we are trying to do a lot. So I think that's the key message. And some of the numbers in there, even those you presented today with the, as you mentioned, I'm glad you said, you know, for the Sandpiper project, hopefully it's a bit like the Cross Island Trail in Denman that will secure some significant grants. The last plan was, of course, we were hoping for grants, but it was showing quite a bit of money, capital being deployed towards it. So I think this is more realistic. And in terms of the increase in taxation, it's much more palatable, even though it's still a bit of a jump. It's more palatable, but there's good rationale for the projects we want to complete. I did have a question within the financial plan, which I did not raise last time, which is should the boat ramp project that meeting in March result in desired changes in the actual boat ramp? Now that money will have to come from somewhere, and I don't think that's included. So my question is this included in our financial plan? And if not, what will be our options at that point?
Yeah, through the chair. So I think it depends on what happens with that meeting. And if it's deemed that there's the designers are at fault, then we'd be looking at the designers through our procurement to try to cover some of those costs, if not all those costs. And if it's not, like if it actually meets the requirements, and then we have to make changes on our own, so it's outside of that procurement process, then we would have to be looking for additional funds. So those funds for any work in here is not included in this budget. So if we need additional funds, then we'd have to be coming back to you with the budget amendment.
My thing keeps turning off today. Maybe it's a new feature. Yeah, no, thank you for that. So it would be a budget amendment, which we would bring in the spring. So just so we're clear on that. No, that's good. I mean, I still feel Hornby carries a lot. You know, I was talking to some of the municipal councilors around how we don't contribute enough to city infrastructure, such as the memorial pool, based on my comments that I made. And I'm like, well, you know, the Hornby residents are carrying still all of Mount Jeffrey and all that infrastructure on Hornby Island that a lot of people in the valley also visits. And those are fairly big budgets for a small population. So thank you for that. And I'm good with both. And for the Denman Island one, I understand it's just a small adjustment there. So it's not going to create a ton of savings, but nonetheless, I'm glad that staff caught that and we can make that adjustment.
Small but mighty. I just spent better part of last week over on Hornby's. First time I've been back for at least 20 years. It's outside of the co-op. There doesn't seem to be too much changes. But the co-op, wow, what a mess. Poor buggers. It's quite the project. Okay, so we're on receipt of the whole report. So we'll call a question on receipt. Anybody opposed receipt? That carries. And the recommendations. I want to move those. Move to second on one. Any discussions on one? Seeing none. Anybody opposed to one? Carries. Move two. Discussion on two. We'll call a question on two. Anybody opposed? That carries as well. And now, proposed financial planning service 500 follow-up. Second on follow-up and back over to the brains of the outfit.
Thanks, Chair. And Alana Mullally will be presenting this. This is another follow-up report coming out of the financial planning process that the EASU was in a couple weeks ago. So Alana, over to you.
Thanks very much, James. Through the chair to the committee. At your last deliberation of this budget on February 11th, you directed us to come back with some options to address a proposed increase in requisition of $350,000. I'd like to talk a little bit about the context of this budget, some of the drivers within the budget, and then Lucy and Kelly will support some discussions to flesh out an option for you to reduce that number if you wish. So as you might know, as you might recall, the work within this service covers much of what you heard this morning, but it's actually comprises 4 sub-functions. So being our development application review, our geographic information systems, both internal and external work, our enforcement of land use bylaws, and our long range and planning policy work, as well as project work, planning projects. The most significant drivers of expenses within this service are personnel and support services. In Appendix A to your report, I outline that there is a full-time equivalent. There are 17.08 full-time equivalents that are funded in part or in whole from this service. And that allocation spans staffing within planning and development services, corporate services, and engineering services. And the details in Appendix A. Although the overall expenses are proposed to decrease from 2025 levels, we are proposing a recommending a $350,000 increase in the tax requisition. And the reason for that is because we suggest to you that this reflects the true costs of running this service. And Kelly will speak to the details on this momentarily, but we've been relying on tax stabilization funds for the last couple of years. And so we aren't recommending that you do that this year, but you certainly could, and that will be the option 2 that we flag for you. Since 2018, I would suggest that the range or the scope of work within this service has really broadened as public demand for all things planning has shifted. So for example, agricultural area planning, that is a broadened scope than we've had in past years. Air quality initiatives, some of the climate resilience initiatives that we're doing, as well as active transportation initiatives in the rural area. These are all undertaken within this service. As you know, public expectations around faster turnaround times are increasing. We have a lot of individualized customer service within this, within our offerings. We hold a lot of hands to try to get the best outcomes for our residents, for your constituents, and overall for our community. The service makes minimal use of external consultancies, and we have obtained significant grant funding, over $2 million in the last couple of years, that we've acquired to do work such as our coastal flood work. The grant funding, however, does not cover the significant personnel costs that are required to deliver these projects. So this is consistent over the years. About 86% of the service is funded by tax requisition. We have a little bit of offset from sale for service through our GIS products, as well as application fees for site-specific private development. I would say that our application fees remain low. The work that's associated with those really are borne or subsidized by the service participants. And typically the application fees represent only about 2 to 3% of our annual revenue. We'll be coming back to you later this spring with some proposed increases to those application fees. One thing I would like to note, our heritage services are a good example this morning, is that some of our very small electoral area services that do not have their own staff allocations are often supported by staff from within this service, where there is that connection. So heritage conservation services, street lighting services are good examples. One immediate step that you could take to reduce the proposed budget would be to allocate some of the projected 2025 surplus up to $350,000 to reduce the requisition amount to the 2024 and 2025 levels. And Kelly will speak to some of the cautions that we would like to flag for you there. A longer term option to reduce costs within the service would be narrowing the scope of the service, primarily within planning. So our applicant driven, as well as our planning policy and projects, and shifting parts of those portfolios to other services, either new or established services, and shifting the associated staff allocations with those pieces of work. And if this is something that you are interested in, certainly we can report back with some ideas on this for the next budget cycle. In the meantime, we suggest that we could try to decrease some of the pressure on taxation by generating other revenue within the service, and that would primarily be through increasing our application fees. As I noted, we'll come back to you. Those are modest increases, but certainly it does make a difference. So 2 options are in front of you. Staff continue to recommend that we do proceed with a budget that involves a $350,000 increase to the tax requisition. However, there is an option for you to reduce that taxation level by introducing tax stabilization funding. And I would ask that Kelly and Lucy speak to you a little bit about that, what that would look like and the implications for the service.
Thank you. Oh, Kelly? Not.
Thank you, through the CAO to the chair. As Lena mentioned, a lot of this service is it's very people dependent. So the tax requisition, the increase of it, it reflects the increased costs in personnel and support services. The decrease that we note there is mostly because of the grants that we received last year. Large chunk of which will be carried forward into 2026 as those initiatives continue. But as we mentioned in the staff report, the grants unfortunately only cover the cost of the work. They don't cover the cost of the people that are delivering that work. The requisition, the increase of $350,000 that we're proposing, it is an increase of 15.2% over last year. But in 2024 and 2025, we did use $350,000 in surplus and reserve funds to reduce the requisition each year. Continuing this approach, it increases the reliance we have on reserves and surplus. And in the future, we don't know if we're always going to have that money available. It's one-time funding, and it just delays the alignment that we need to do between revenue and expenditures. The proposed increase, it's part of our fiscal sustainability work that we're working on. It's a structural sustainability. It's not so much to fund growth and spending. Not really sure what else I can say without repeating what Alana has said. She kind of stole my thunder. Other than to say that the personnel costs are 74% of the budget, and it is spent delivering on deliverables, not so much on the other work that's coming with it, or the other expenditures that are included in the budget. During 2026, we will be, finance and planning will be working together to come up with a fees and charges strategy. But the unfortunate reality is that even if we increase by 40%, we're still only going to generate an additional 35,000. We're not going to get what we need through increased fees and charges. With that, I'll just leave it there, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you all very much. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. And I agree that the 35,000 from fees on what could become a $3.6 million budget is not a very significant place to look at solutions for. Going back, and I've reflected since the last time this budget came forward, is just my big concern is really the 5-year plan. We're going from planning to go from 2.3 million a year to 3.6. That's an annualized growth of 10%. It's huge. And I understand that this is staff driven, but I don't think that our staff is getting 10% per year increases annualized. You know what I mean? So there's something clunky in what should be. And if you show the massive growth in applications and all the rest of it, yeah, sure. I mean, if we had this fast growing region and we're seeing more and more applications each year, but actually we're, over the long term, we're kind of steady. So maybe the elected officials are getting a little bit too ambitious around some of the initiatives, as you said. Some of them might be time limited. I just don't understand the assumptions of how you increase by 60% in what should be a really direct service over 5 years. So I don't want to belabor that today, but I think at the start of the next term, it'll be good to dig into that. And as Alana said, whether there's a need to narrow, if there's drivers we don't control in there around some of these numbers, that's one thing. Let's just name them and acknowledge them. But it's massive growth in that particular service over 5 years without necessarily, and maybe one example, maybe you've put in assumptions around the OCP update. Maybe there's rationale for that we have to bulk up for a bit. I'm just really scared of that long-term financial plan. I think it's really not quite shocking, but it's definitely stands out in regards to a lot of our other services. Thanks. And for today, I mean, okay, let's make the adjustment for this year. I can support the budget, but because you've had difficulty pointing at clear places, like you're coming back with that 35,000, but it's not really doing it. I think we'll need a deeper dive in that service. So at least elected officials can really, and this report was better. That was really good. That was a good report, but it still leaves me with questions around why is it that a service like that over the next 5 years would grow that much? Thank you.
Yeah, you touched on, fees for service and recouping some of the money that way. Well, how do we stack up against other jurisdictions on that? Are our fees and for services abnormally low? I know that the applicants should be paying more, maybe, you know, they'll say they're paying too much already, but, you know, just wonder how we stack up comparatively.
Through the chair to the directors, it's really all over the map. And I think it really depends on the philosophy that the jurisdiction takes. So, you know, on some types of applications, you maybe have a decision to set the fee low because you want to encourage people to make an application before they do the work. Other times you might set a particular fee high because you want to dissuade people from, like an OCP amendment, for example. Maybe you set that very high to kind of send a message. So I would say it's all over. I would say though that increasingly, as properties become, like the properties that folks want to develop are much more complex, as you see at this meeting every month. And I would hazard that there probably isn't a local government out there that is really increasing their fees in a way that's commensurate with the volume of work that's required from their staff.
Any other questions? Are we ready to vote on receipt? I'll call a question. Anybody opposed? It carries. And the recommendation?
Move option one.
Option one, you're gonna forgo all that money? On option one, okay, so, and speaking to the motion,
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's fine, but as long as we remember next year well ahead of budget to kind of dig in. And then second, on the application fee report that's going to come later this spring. As you say, if it's all over the place, if we can look like it, I don't know if what you're planning, but my suggestion would be AVICC region or the coast, or like, let's look at some good comparables with not just a sample of 2 other jurisdictions, but, you know, really understand what the trend is across, say, 10 regional districts would be useful.
agreed. Say, ready to vote on the motion. Any opposed? That carries. Thanks very much. Yes, very nice. And that brings us to an addendum, I guess.
New business?
Or just new business, okay.
And you want, you can. No, yeah. Oh, yeah. With new business?
We'll move new business, and what be the business?
Mr. Chair, this is correspondence from Chair Cole Hamilton. The board received the staff report and the biological carbon sequestration study at a recent meeting, and the board resolved to refer it out to Electoral Area Services Committee, member municipalities, and a few other organizations for information. If you would like any further analysis on this or consideration, we can provide that, but the board did receive this information. And I think the intent was to use this in your local area planning, official community planning, zoning considerations as you consider the development of those services.
Just correspondence receipt. Yeah, you move that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think staff have this information in hand and certainly will be using it as we consider applications and study work.
Further discussion on it? So on the correspondence for receipt, did we get a first and seconder? Okay, then we'll call it. Any opposed? That carries. There's another piece of correspondence. I'll move it. Speaking to it, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, this was also a big consideration on Hornby Island in the past few weeks with the request. You'll recall the delegation from the Arts Council, and we recommended they talk to other organizations engaging like HIRA and HiSeek, Hornby Festival. I understand there was a meeting with them too. So seems overall that their request is supported on the island, but with a number of really good public comments regarding the increase in taxation and and also feeling like people wanted to have a bit of a clearer picture around the long-term funding before we commit for the long term. The Arts Council made a really good case that the investment had a high likelihood of attracting provincial and federal funding for operations. So this proposed recommendation would give them a 3-year runway to basically demonstrate that they can secure that funding from others and leverage up. And there's also a component of the recommendation, and I want to thank HiSeek for their feedback and support in that direction to the Arts Council around providing some one-time funding from reserves, because part of the public was saying we don't want all this to be additional taxation, so it would lighten the load a little bit. So yeah, it provides a runway for the Arts Council there in a brand new $3 million building that costs $0 basically to local taxpayers. And it gives them a runway to really expand their program and try to deliver on their mission at an appropriate level. I realize that this decision is not popular with everybody. There's a lot of people that support it, but there were also a lot of residents that were concerned. And I'd reiterate what I said at HIRA. This is not the biggest cost drivers for taxes on Hornby, but it is definitely a significant jump for the arts contribution, and then we'll reassess at the end of 3 years whether that funding is really critical for the long term or not. So yeah, I welcome director's input on it.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get senior government funding, I think, as we go forward. Senior government funding is going to be more and more difficult as we go forward. So we're going to have to scratch our own backs.
Yeah, so what I've learned in that process is there's a pretty established streams, Canadian and provincial, for arts facilities that are designated and within kind of that realm. It has been stable for many years. You are right that senior governments right now are putting everything back on the table, but currently those programs, I haven't heard the opposite, although I didn't dig into the last provincial budget. If this didn't pan out, you know, I think a lot of people hoping this is going to pan out and be a great success for Hornby. And but there's always a fallback position, which is to operate at low level if that federal and provincial funding does not realize. Of course, the local taxpayers could not, you know, carry this forever. So I think time will tell if Hornby Arts, they have an excellent crew, and time will tell if they're able to get onto those more stable funding platforms that the province and the Canadian government currently provide through Canadian Heritage and the BC Arts Council.
Okay, so we're just receiving the correspondence, correct? There's no action on it. Oh, there is action, sorry. Okay, so first on receipt. We're moved and seconded. Seconded. And so on receipt, any opposed? And then the requested action. I'll move it. Any more discussion? One more.
Yeah, one more. Sorry, I have my notes, but I didn't speak about all of them. But the other part, the last part, really talks about some of the expectations and commitments that we ask of Hornby Arts, which is to collaborate with HIRA, HiSeek, and the Hornby Festival to develop their long-term plan. And there's a lot of potential synergies between those 4 organizations and benefits to each. And there's also an ask that they come well ahead of the 2028 budget to present that long-term funding plan. And then that last one I've already spoken on around the expectation that by then there would be significant provincial and federal contributions for the staffing and administration purposes.
Hope springs eternal. Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to confirm that it's okay to approve the budgets for service 670 and 556 together. They don't have to be separate.
Okay. No, that's okay. That works for us. We'll build them into our final financial plan bylaw.
Okay, so anybody opposed to the recommendation? That carries. So we don't need an addendum because we didn't get any more correspondence, did we? So we're good to go on the closed meeting.
Mr. Chair, there was, in follow-up to one of the delegations, we don't usually give this consideration at the meeting that you did receive the delegation, but there was interest, I think, in the New
Oh, that's
Horizons
right.
Society, the grant request. And we have some wording here that I could read out if the committee wants to consider that to fund their $2,380 request. I can read that out if you'd like. Or Lisa, do you have that in Word?
There you go.
So this would provide the 2,380 in funding request from Service 695. That's the Hornby Island Heritage Service, with funds to come from the 2026 other professional fees and also from the reserve account. And to further that, the society follow up with the report to the committee upon completion of the project.
Huh. Looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I'll move.
You move it? Okay, I'll second it. Any discussion, directors? We're good? So on the new business, on motion, anybody opposed? That carries. And now a motion to adjourn to the in-camera. Second.
Yeah.
Clear the courthouse.